Okay, we're waiting for the county manager. We have Sue Brown. Is Matt gonna join, or Matt's joining us. Matt's already here. So is Steve gonna join us?
I believe he's momentarily delayed, Madam Chair, but I think you can proceed if you're good with that.
That's fine, since we're gonna go right into executive session. So unless we need to wait for anybody else, Lindsay, let's go ahead and let's open the meeting. And could we please have the roll call? And I'm Patrice Horseman. I'm District 1 and also the chair of the board. District 2, Vice Chair Vasquez.
Good morning, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, District 2. I'm glad to see everyone today.
Very good. And District 3.
Well, good morning, everybody. Matt Ryan, Coconino County Supervisor. Oh, how about that? District 3, present.
And we have District 5, Lena Fowler.
Good morning. This is Lena. I appreciate being in the meeting, and thank you all.
Very good. And with that,
members Supervisor Begay is on.
Oh, very good. So Supervisor Begay, District 4. Can you unmute, Judy? Is that possible? For the record, I'm going to indicate that Judy Begay is with us, and oh, there she goes.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be part of this meeting today. We have a lot on our plate today all day, so I'm looking forward to it. Thanks to my colleagues and everyone that's on the Zoom meeting this morning. Thank you, administration. Thank you.
And thank you, Supervisor Begay, for being with us today as well. I know that it's been a hard day. So, and next is we have our next order of business is an executive session. It is my understanding, I don't see legal counsel here, but it is my understanding that we have been advised to go into executive session. And so at this time, members of the board, I am going to entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Supervisor Ryan, you're muted.
Muted.
Oh, I'm trying to push the wrong mute button on this thing. I move that we go into executive session to discuss real estate matters.
Very good. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by, I believe that was Supervisor Begay. Members of the board, all those in favor of going into executive session for a discussion of real estate matters, please say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Any objections, any abstentions? Members of the board, we are now going into executive session. A reminder, please leave this meeting and go to the Teams meeting for our executive session. So please do leave this meeting, and we'll be back in just about 30 minutes for our regular board meeting. So thank you. All right. I see Matt and Geronimo and Lena and Judy. And I think, oh, there's Steve. All right. Steve, do we have everyone we need to start our regular session?
Let's see here, we're checking the list here. Let's see. We are good to go, Madam Chair. Let's see, let me get the board here. So we have vice chairs here. Supervisor Fowler, Begay, Brian, clerk of the board. We're ready to go, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And members of the public, we have exited executive session and we are back for our regular session and to start, it's the full board with you here to continue our regular session. And at this point is the time for the Pledge of Allegiance for members of the public and for members of the board. Those that can, please stand. And we know that we will have the flag put on our screen by Lindsay. And let's please say the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
Of America.
The United States of America.
for which it stands,
One nation.
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're all-
All right. Thank you. And our next item of business is call to the public. Members of the public, this is a time for you, the public, to speak on any item of concern or questions that you may have on items that are not listed on our board agenda. Items presented during the call to the public will not be acted on or discussed by members of the board. If it's something we want to do at the future board meeting, we will set it as an agenda item on a future board meeting. But our open meeting law does not allow us, except for a brief response or possibly to turn it over to staff to respond to items that are not listed on our agenda. So right now is a time for you to address the board. We ask that you be respectful in your comments and also to keep your comments to 3 minutes. So at this time, I'm going to ask our clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, to explain how you can join our meeting and address the board at this time. Thanks, Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if you would like to comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover at the bottom of your screen. And that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And then if you're on the telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak for the public comment portion of the meeting. And then Chair Horstman, we do have a email that was sent to the board comments email. However, it's for item 26 and 27 on the agenda. So I can send it to you guys for when you get to that item number.
That would be great. It will become part of the record then for our item 26 and 27 when we reach that. So thanks, Lindsay. Any other items on call to the public? Any members of the public who would like to address us this morning? One more call. This is the time for the call to the public. Members of the public, we are here to listen to you this morning on items not on the agenda. Is there anyone that would like to address the board this morning? Lindsay, anything out there yet?
There are no hands raised, so we have no one that would like to do a public comment at this time.
Very, very good. So with that, we are going to move on. And our next item, number 2, is proclamation. This is a consideration of possible action to approve a proclamation designating April 2022 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. And we understand we have representatives from the Exchange Club of Flagstaff to read this very important proclamation. And hopefully they can also explain the event that will take place here at the courthouse in conjunction with this proclamation. So Betty, welcome to our board meeting, and we look forward to you introducing those that will read this proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I will be reading the proclamation for the Exchange Club that the county has agreed to have read at your meeting. Coconino County Proclamation designating April 2022 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Whereas keeping children safe is a community responsibility and child abuse prevention must be a community effort and a top priority. And whereas effective child abuse prevention programs succeed in part because of the partnerships created among social service agencies, health and law enforcement professionals, schools, businesses, the media, government agencies, community and faith organizations, and especially parents. And whereas the earlier that quality intervention is provided to a child and family in crisis, and also the community as a whole takes an interest in providing for the development of youth resiliency, the better chance for positive outcomes and life success. And whereas child abuse and neglect not only harm children, but increase the likelihood of judicial system involvement, substance abuse, health problems, and risky behaviors. And whereas prevention programs and resiliency strategies targeted toward our youth offer positive alternatives for young people and encourage them to develop strong ties to their community. Now, therefore, we do hereby proclaim April 2022 as Child Abuse Prevention Month and call upon all Coconino County citizens and organizations to observe this month by demonstrating our gratitude to those who work to keep our children safe and by taking action in our own communities to make them healthy places where children can grow and thrive. Signed and sealed on this 22nd day of March 2022.
Thank you, Betty Goodwin. I really appreciate this, and also the Flagstaff Exchange Club. It's important. Coconino County is a child-centric community, and it is important that we all do what we can to protect the health and welfare of all of the children, not only, of course, in our community, but across the country and certainly across the world. And so thank you for bringing this forward. And before we go further, because I'm sure other members of the board would really like to be heard, and I'm going to try this time not to forget to ask for a motion for this proclamation, because I get so excited about these proclamations, I forget sometimes. But would you please let us know a little bit about the event that's going to take place here at the courthouse lawn here in Flagstaff?
Certainly. Next Wednesday on March 30th, we will be erecting our what we call our Field of Hope. Unfortunately, what we have to do is raise a child abuse prevention flag, which is a white flag with a blue ribbon on it, for every child that died as the result of neglect or abuse in our state the previous year. Unfortunately, this year we will be raising 95 flags. This reflects that 95 children from the age of 1 day through 18 died as a result of abuse or neglect in our state the previous year. We will raise these flags on Wednesday, the 30th. On April 1st at 5:15, we will have a dedication ceremony. The public is obviously welcome to come and observe the field at any time it's up, but we especially ask that the public come and to the dedication service. The flags will be leaning against the courthouse wall, and during the dedication service, the public is asked to please put the flags out on the field. Each of these flags actually have a card on them indicating the age range of the child who it represents. There are no identifications as to who the child is. It just says boy or girl, 0 to 6 months, 6 months to 2 years, whatever it is. So we can't identify each child, but we identify them in that way. It is heartbreaking to read these and realize how young and old our children are that are dying because of neglect and abuse. We do have Sheriff I'm drawing a blank now. Our sheriff, the county sheriff will be coming as our speaker.
Jim
And
Driscoll,
we'll talk-
yes.
Yes, thank you, Sheriff Driscoll. Total blank on his name. He will be coming and speaking at the service. Mitch Stroman will be helping out by emceeing and directing the service. The scouts will be there to raise the flags of the state and the country. So they have the US and state flags that they will put at the corners of the field. And it is a very moving service.
Well, thank you for that, and certainly I will try to be there. I expect I will be there as well. I think it's important to, obviously, this is an important issue that affects our community so deeply. So thank you,
Thank
Betty,
you.
for bringing this. And with that, I would like to turn this over to my fellow board members, Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for providing this proclamation today and getting this awareness out, because often too many times these children are the ones that are forgotten about. And obviously, dealing with the neglect and abuse, which COVID has made worse over these last 2 years. And we'd like to make sure that people are recognizing that these children were lost for these unfortunate times and whatnot. And these children are our future, and we are measured by how we treat our most vulnerable, and these are our most vulnerable. And so we definitely need to look at ways that we can help support children in different situations, so that we avoid having to put so many flags up each year. And it's very heartbreaking to know that we lost almost 100 children in the last year due to child abuse and neglect. And so again, I just thank you for raising awareness and bringing us to us and providing this ceremony, so that these children aren't forgotten, but are recognized for the loss that has happened. So thank you.
You're welcome. It is our goal to one day never have to raise a flag except for the American and state flag, and just have an empty field. That would be wonderful.
That would be a celebration.
Yes.
All right, other members of the Board of Supervisors like to be heard on this?
I'm here.
Judy, please, Supervisor Begay.
Okay. I really appreciate this proclamation designating April 2022 as a Child Abuse Prevention Month. And I just want to say thank you to the presenter. I can't get her name down. I'm sorry, but anyway, we really need to recognize the importance of the families and community working together to prevent child prevention, abuse, and neglect. A lot of times, there are other people that can help, like social services, all these people that talk to little kids, regarding certain issues, and we just really need to get help for them. And I'm thinking that some of the issues that come into play is depression and anxiety, fear, and then and they pretty much have changes in behavior and aggression, being anger, the hostility, and they don't really do well in school. So we need to be able to recognize that and try to get them some help, and then also to take time out for our children, and understanding your children, and try to understand your children, and to be very careful how you discipline your child. You need to get control of yourself before you discipline a child. So they are our future, and we really need to take care of them. And I feel that it's important, an important proclamation, and I just want to say thank you for this presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Important reminders. And Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Betty, thank you so much for reading the proclamation, but also for the involvement of the Exchange Club. Such an important issue. it's kind of that mixed when you have a proclamation like this. There's a level of celebration of focus, which is so critical, and yet over such a dire subject, unfortunate subject. And so I think my peers have said it well. Obviously, when you have power as an individual, one of the aspects of maturing is knowing that you don't use your power. And the unfortunate circumstance of pressures and emotions play into it, as well as mental health. I know we have a lot of agencies as well as our nonprofits that continue to work through this tough topic, and appreciate everybody in the field. But most importantly, for the sake of reminding people to control yourself, to be a good parent. Yeah, it would be wonderful that we not have flags for this particular circumstance. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler. I know she's having some technical difficulties out there, so we may have lost her. So Supervisor Fowler? Looks like we may have lost her. Is that correct, County Manager?
I'm looking right now, madam.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I don't see her out there.
Members of the board, this time I would like to make sure that we receive a motion on this extremely important proclamation. Is there a motion out there?
So move.
Judy Begay has entered the motion for designating April 2022 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion. I'll let District 2 second it.
Vice Chair
Yeah.
Vasquez has seconded this. So members of the board,
Thank you.
all those in favor?
Aye.
April 2022 is Child Prevention Month. Please signify by saying aye.
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 Nays? No nays? It is unanimous. And thank you, Betty, again, and also the Flagstaff Exchange for bringing this forward. And also, we look forward to seeing you. I'm sorry, we don't look forward to seeing you, but we will be there in honor of children who have lost their lives. So thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you very much. We do appreciate this from the county.
Thanks. All right, members, with that, we are moving forward on our agenda, and we have a consent agenda. Members of the public, for your information, the consent agenda consists of matters that are routine or administrative in nature. These matters may be enacted by a single motion by the Board of Supervisors. However, if the board has any questions or would like to make comments, board members have a right at this time to remove an item separately from the consent agenda, and that item will be considered separate from the agenda for further discussion and action of the board. Members of the board, at this point, we have on our agenda for consent agenda items 3 through 13. And I do know that Chair Ryan is requesting that we remove item number 6 related to Camp Navajo for individual discussion and action. Are there any other items members of the board would like to remove from the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, 5 and 6.
I'm sorry, thank you. 5 and 6 will be removed, have to do with Camp Navajo. Sorry about that, man. Other members of the board, any items to be removed? One more time, any items to be removed from the consent agenda? Hearing and seeing none, at this point, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda, and that would be items 3 through 13 with the exclusion of item 5 and 6. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
I motion.
Supervisor Ryan, seconded by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay.
Aye.
There are no nays. It is unanimous. So at this time, We have passed the consent agenda, and we are now moving to item 5, consideration and possible action to approve the award of RFP 2022-104 to Hanson Professional Services, Inc. to perform the USDA Coconino County Railway Access Plan for industry at Camp Navajo. And at this time, it's listed as county manager. County manager, would you like to say something on this, or should we turn it over to Supervisor Ryan first?
And Supervisor Ryan and also Chris Pastor's Economic Development Manager is with us also as a panelist. So I'll turn it over to Supervisor Ryan first.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, actually, I gave Chris a call, a couple quick questions that I had, and one of them, just to note, one's approval of an RFP, the other one's approval of contract. That's why we have 2 items associated with it, but it's the same topic. And one of my questions to Chris was, we only had one applicant associated with this particular RFP, and are they qualified? And that was one, and I'll ask Chris to explain that, but also to just give a quick summary of what is transpiring associated with this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Chris, good to see you. Thank you for being with us this morning.
For having me. Just in terms of what's transpiring at the moment, we are looking at moving forward with a contract with Hanson Professionals. Now, Hanson Professionals is actually a consortium of transportation engineers. They've worked with Department of Defense for decades. They've worked with municipalities. They've worked with inland ports. They've worked with BNSF railways. Excuse me. So they've got dozens and dozens of years working in this field of work. They've also come with a known quantity. One of their subcontractors is also Kimley Horn, which the county is familiar with and work with out of Phoenix. So this consortium of Hanson Professional Services Incorporated has put through a successful bid, which was well within our budget. But they come with a plethora of experience, most importantly being their experience working with Department of Defense, the Navy, the Armies, the Air Force, as well as National Guards across the United States, working on these transmodal facilities. So we were very happy to have them apply to our RFP. And we were excited to be able to hopefully award them that RFP as is in the suggested action. Any other questions or thoughts? I'd be happy to fill in.
I'll probably add to it real quick, Madam Chair. Associated with this, once upon a time, this is kind of progress associated with a lot of evaluation. Camp Navajo has a railroad spur. Once upon a time, the Flagstaff Metropolitan Planning Organization did a study for intermodal transport, which are those containers that everybody sees, but not necessarily the truck element associated with this. Updates to the desire of the region. If we had a rail spur and could use one, which Camp Navajo has, it could play out and be a benefit to the full region. And when the analysis was done by FMPO, it included the outer reaches of the county and included the city of Page being evaluated in other areas throughout the county when they did the analysis. So the intermodal component is even better. It's not just containers, but it's trucks also. So you can move trucks off, or you can move containers off. And so a very important opportunity associated with a regional economic development opportunity, depending upon the study that we have got back. So.
I think very good. And anything else? Any other comments from members of the board? And I assume that this is for both 5 and 6. Yes. Is that correct, Matt? So
yes.
And Chris, thank you. Okay, very good. Other members of the board, any questions or concerns on item 5 or 6? Thank you for the update, by the way. I really appreciate to know what's going on out there. So thank you.
And actually, it even reached further beyond Coconino County, included discussions with Winslow and Navajo County as well. So, Madam Chair, if I'll go ahead if there's no further questions. I'm willing to make the motion associated with both items 5 and 6, noting that they are 2 independent items, that we approve items 5 and 6 as recommended by staff.
Very good. We have a motion by Supervisor Ryan to approve 5 and 6. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any objections? Nay. Any abstentions? There are none. 5 and 6 are passed unanimously. So thank you very much. And thank you, Chris, for joining us here this morning. Members of the board, we are moving on our agenda, and our next item of business we need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion to resolve as a Flood Control District Board of Supervisors, or Flood Control District Board of Directors?
So moved.
We have a motion by
Yes,
Vice Chair
I have a
Vasquez.
motion.
I'm sorry. Vice Chair Vasquez has made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any objections? We are now resolved as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. And members of the board, our next item of business is I believe, a consent agenda as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. As in our regular meeting, these are mostly administrative matters. Unless you want to remove an item from this, we will take this as one single motion and approve it as one single motion. Would members of the board Board of Directors like to remove any item from the consent agenda from the Flood Control District? Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, I'll make the motion, but I would like to make a comment after the second on that.
Absolutely. Do we have a second for the motion?
So my motion is to approve the consent agenda. So there you go.
The motion is to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second it.
We have a second. You guys are quick. From Vice Chair Vasquez. All those, wait, you want to make a comment first?
Just quick comment. It's a continuation of all the good work that's been done associated with the Good Neighbor Authority and the relationship with the Forest Service, noting under item 16. The others are routine in nature with our contracts, but really wanted to comment on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. And I do note that we already approved this Good Neighbor Authority agreement with the U.S. Forest Service, who have been such a great partner with Coconino County on our forest restoration work. And this is a budget adjustment. So we've already approved it. It's merely a budget adjustment. So thank you for pointing that out, Supervisor Ryan. Any other comments before we vote? All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any objections? Consent agenda passes unanimously. The board will now resolve again as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
I motion that we resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Ryan, and we have a second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor to resolve as a Board of Supervisors, say aye.
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 Any objections, please signify nay. There are no objections. We are now the Board of Supervisors. Members of the board, we do have an action item before us on number 17. We get to that. This is consideration and possible action to recommend approval of an application of an extension of a premise patio permit. This is a permanent request to licensee Ruchet Patel for the Grand Canyon Valley Restaurant. This is in District 1, and I understand that Lisa Schweitzler is here on this item. This is an action item. It is not a public hearing, but I am going to go ahead and give an opportunity to hear from the applicant on this, or if she'd like to say a few words before we consider this motion. And Lindsay, can you promote her to panelists so she can address the board?
Chair Horseman, it looks like Lisa is not in attendance, but it looks like Raj is here, so I promoted
Very
Raj.
good, very good. Raj, I'm sorry. If you can be promoted to panelist so we can hear from you and you can give us a brief description on this application. I see you're there, Raj. If you wouldn't mind unmuting and you can address the board on this.
Sorry, okay. Can you guys hear me now? Okay.
We can now, Raj.
Okay, great. So we are in a bar and a restaurant there, and we just want to extend our dining and to outside, dining and liquor or beer outside in the patio. So that's what Lisa is our manager, and she had reached out to Liquor Board, and I think they're on board with it. And they gave us the process of how to do it. So we complied with everything that they wanted. And so this is, we have to present it to you guys so that we can get an approval there.
Very good. Well, thank you. And thank you for addressing us this morning. We certainly wish you luck in your endeavor out there in Valley. So thank you for being with us. And Lindsay, since this is the first time this has come before some of our board members, would you just explain why this is coming forward as an action at this time?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Horseman. This is a little different than what you guys usually see. So it's an action item because the liquor license already exists at the location. Essentially, the request is to have it an extension out to the patio. So it does not require a public hearing. And the board, it goes before the board again, just to make a recommendation to the state liquor board. The board is not issuing the license. They are making a recommendation to the state regarding the application. The application was sent to our various departments of Sheriff's Office, Community Development, Health Department, and Risk Manager to review the application. They do not have any concerns regarding the extension of premise patio permit for the location at this time.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions or comments from members of the board at this time? Seeing none, members of the board, is there a motion for the approval of an application of an extension of premise patio permit to licensee Rashet Patel for the Grand Canyon Valley Restaurant?
So, Madam Chair, if I may, and the recommendation would be for approval. So I move that we, as read by you, we move and recommend approval of this.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Supervisor Begay, we have your second on this. Thank you very much. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any objections? Nay. Hearing none, item number 17 has in fact been passed for approval and recommendation to the liquor license. So thank you very much. Members of the board, we are moving on in our agenda. We have item number 18. This is consideration and possible action to recommend approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding a multi-license application of control for application for a Series 006 bar and an application for a Series 7 beer and wine bar and an application for a Series 10 beer and wine store. All applications with Agent Willard L. Butts for the North Rim Lodge at Grand Canyon, located at Grand Canyon National Park in the North Rim. This, of course, is in Supervisor Fowler's district, District 5. Lindsay, can you just kind of lay this out for us?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Horseman. These are 3 different liquor licenses. As you said, the Series 6 bar application, Series 7 beer and wine bar, as well as the Series 10 beer and wine store. This liquor license is just a name change. So again, we did not need to do a posting or a public hearing regarding it. We did send it out to our department, Sheriff's Office, Community Development, Health Department, as well as the risk manager to review the application, and there are no concerns regarding the application. The board, again, does not issue the license. It just offers a recommendation to the state, whether to offer a recommendation of approval, disapproval, or no recommendation. And Renee Delgado is here from the North Rim Lodge as a representative regarding this item.
Very good, thank you. And is Renee? Oh, she is. And Renee Delgado, thank you for being with us this morning. I do not see Supervisor Fowler. But Renee, if you wouldn't mind, it's good to have you here this morning, and we'd love to hear from you on this. Renee, I think you need to unmute yourself. We do see you, but please unmute. Renee, we see ya. Could you please unmute? It's down at the very bottom of your screen. There should be a little microphone you might be able to turn on. Or we're having further technical difficulties. I don't have a microphone on my computer. Well, that's going to make it difficult. Thank you for being with us this morning. We really appreciate that, and we appreciate the applications and for your businesses, and we continue to wish you well there at your businesses there at the North Rim Lodge there at the Grand Canyon. Favorite place for many of us, and I know a very favorite place for Supervisor Fowler. With that, members, this is not a public hearing. This is an action item, and so I'm asking for a motion to recommend the approval of the Arizona Department of Liquor licenses as read by the clerk of the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Madam Chair, since Supervisor Fowler, I know she would want to make this motion, but she's having technical difficulty, so I'll make the motion on her behalf.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Chair Vasquez. Members of the board, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All right, it sounds like it's unanimous. So thank you for being with us, Renee, and good luck to you in your future endeavors out there. So appreciate you being with us this morning. So we are moving on with our agenda. We have a public hearing. This is a public hearing on another liquor license, and I'm going to turn this over to the clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, to bring us through this request.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. The clerk's office received from the state liquor department an application for Ambiente, a landscape hotel, which is located in Supervisor District 3 at 900 West State Route 89A in Sedona. The application is for a Series 11 hotel motel new license for a new development. We did provide a copy of the application to our Sheriff's Office, Community Development Department, Health and Human Services, and our risk manager. They do not have any concerns regarding the application. As you said, it does require posting and public hearing. So it has been posted for 20 days at the site, notifying of the hearing today. We have not received any comments or concerns regarding the application at this time. The board does not issue the license, but does offer a recommendation of either to approve, disapprove, or offer no recommendation to the state based on the knowledge of the area and the location of where the license is being sought. And we do have the agent, Teresa Morris, here today as well.
And I note that this is Supervisor Ryan's in Supervisor Ryan's district. So why don't we hear from the applicant, and then we'll hear from Supervisor Ryan.
I am just promoting her right there. She goes. Okay.
And I see Teresa Morris, you are been promoted to panelist. We can see your name and we see you are on mute. So please unmute yourself and we look forward to hearing from you on this liquor license application for the Ambient A Landscape Hotel located there in Sedona. Teresa, we see you, but you need to unmute. You should have a little microphone there at the bottom of your computer screen so that you can unmute, so that you can address the board for this hearing. Teresa, we're still having a problem hearing from you. We may have some more technical difficulties. I think she just dropped off. Maybe she's going to
There we go. I was to unmute. There we go. Let's see if this will work.
We see your hand raised. Let's see if we can get you unmuted. And technical difficulties are abounding this morning. We've had Supervisor Fowler has been having some problems. I know Supervisor Begay had some problems earlier. I think she's off. So please, Teresa Morris, please address the board on this application. Teresa?
Mic is undetected. She just chatted.
Madam Chair, if I may.
You may, please, Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, I did reach out to Teresa yesterday and speak to her about the application. She is the agent representing the property owners, and as noted by Lindsay, found everything in order for the application. This particular application, and so I also reached out to the property owners. In this case, Jennifer May. This is a culmination of almost a 2-year process where they've made substantial investments into developing a kind of pod-like hotel. You've seen them if you've driven 89A heading west from the Y in Sedona, just as you pass Mariposa restaurant. These facilities are that's what these little facilities are, looking up, taking advantage of the view, and they're little pods that people rent out. This is a particular license serves not only the restaurant, but the sales to the rooms of each of these pods as well. And as noted, everything's in order with staff, but I think we do have a hearing on this one, don't we? Or do we?
Yes, we do. This is a hearing, Supervisor Ryan.
So just, doing the background research and additional comments that I've heard from the agent and from the property owners, Madam Chair.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. At this time, I'd ask the clerk, does the application meet the requirements for the liquor license application?
Yes, it does, Chair Horstman.
And I have not received, I'm assuming the county has not received any comments from members of the public with regards to this application.
We have not in the clerk's office.
Very good. So, and it sounds like Supervisor Ryan, you make a finding that this is that this is in the best interest for the community and is not going to have a detrimental effect on the property neighbors. Is that correct?
Well, before I go there, Madam Chair, just to open it for public hearing real quick, and then go ahead and make the, so far my findings are there unless we hear any evidence during the hearing.
Very good, thank you. And at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for public hearing.
Chair Horseman, I can go over the instructions if anybody would like to make a comment at this time regarding this item for the liquor license. You can hit the raise hand icon. If you hover at the bottom of your screen, it looks like a hand. And if you click on that, it will raise your hand so that we are notified that you would like to speak. If you are on the telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
I do see one hand raised from Teresa Morris. I'm not sure if she's been able to get audio on this or not. Any other, and Teresa Morris, are you able to address the board at this time? All right, any other hands raised or any other individuals who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
At this time, there are no other hands raised.
All right, one more time, members of the public, this is a time for your public hearing on a liquor application. Are there any members of the public that would like to be heard on this? You heard how you can address the board. Any raised hands? Seeing no raised hands at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and make a motion that, and I can make the findings. As noted in the staff report, there's Arizona Administrative Code, Title 19, Chapter 1, Article 7. And the findings associated with them, we may consider those particular areas in my discussions with the applicant as well as their agent. They're following all the appropriate processes. It's very consistent with community plans and City of Sedona. It actually would be a great contribution to the economy as well as the experience for visitors. So with that, Madam Chair, I move that we approve to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding application number 183293 for a Series 11, that's hotel, motel, new liquor license for Ambiente A Landscape Hotel. And that's located at 900 West Highway 89A in Sedona, Arizona.
Very good. We have a motion from Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second for this?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
And I believe it was unanimous. And therefore, thank you very much. And Supervisor Ryan, do you want make any closing remarks to the Teresa Morris and the endeavor there?
Well, actually, just a quick comment. Lindsay and Teresa have been talking, and she's provided a lot of great background information associated with how there are complicated processes with the liquor board. So there may be future opportunities for providing outline of how these processes are. But associated with this application, I appreciate her expertise. The applicants, I wish them well in their future endeavors. They've vested well in City of Sedona and are continuing to work together with the city on what they need to do. So good luck to the applicants. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I apologize for mispronouncing. It's Ambiente Landscape Hotel. So thank you, and we wish you all the best. Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Well, I'm going with you, Supervisor, right? Your district, so I'm going with you. So, all right, very good. And at this time, we have a motion and a second, and it's unanimous, and we're moving forward on our agenda. So, thank you very much. So, this is on item 20. Is discussion of possible action to staff regarding state and federal legislative priorities, legislative and administrative updates. And I believe, County Manager, are you turning this over to Trey? Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair. And again, this is the abbreviated version for roundtable for this cycle. So
This is Roundtable Light. So very good. All right. Trey, take it away.
And Steve, just so you all know, I'm back. This is Lena.
right.
Thank you, Supervisor Follow. Welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just getting I've got a brief presentation just to make it easier to follow along. And I will be very brief since we're on our truncated week. 1 second here. Madam Chair, can you see my screen?
No. Now something's working.
And thank you, Madam Chair. And am I in presentation mode?
You're in a black, there you go. And you are not, you are in PowerPoint mode.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, supervisors, staff. It's great to be with you here today for a very short and brief state and federal legislative update. Just to go ahead and get started, we are we're in the terms of the state legislature and the legislative session. We are nearing the last day, the week where it's the last day to hear bills in a committee of the opposite chamber, which means that a lot of bills next week, at the end of next week, will die. Of course, nothing is really dead until the legislature adjourns sine die, but we are approaching the last days of the legislative session. However, the legislature still has not passed a budget. The legislature still needs to address the precinct committeeman issue. We are still awaiting the details of a special session. We were told last week the legislature would call a special session to potentially repeal and replace the tax law that will be on the November ballot for a referendum, and then to address the precinct committeeman issue. However, that has not materialized as of yet. Just to give you an idea of where we're at in session, we've had 72 days of session so far. As a reminder, the Constitution sets it at 100 days. The number of bills that have been introduced are 1,762. The legislature has passed 71 bills. The governor has not vetoed any bills yet. The governor has signed 22 bills. Just in this last week, he signed 19 of those bills. So they are starting to move along in terms of enactments. And then for memorials and resolutions, we've had 142 of those posted, and then 6 memorials or resolutions passed. I will now move into legislation of interest. I'm going to be very quick. I just want to give you the latest action on each of these bills so you're aware of where they're at. Many of them are still in the same posture that they were when I presented in early March. So,
and just so you're aware, Trey, you are in PowerPoint mode, not presentation mode.
Okay.
And it's not advancing either.
It's not advancing.
That's all true.
Oh, so on mine, it's always 1 second here. Hold on.
I think if you hit from current slide, Trey, that might help.
I'm gonna redo it.
While we're paused, Madam Chair, I've also had a little bit of pausing going on with my videos now and again. So I might have technical issues at some point. So far, I've been able to stay up. Thanks, Madam Chair.
How are we doing now?
You continue to be on the title page and you are still in PowerPoint mode.
So is it advancing now?
No. And if necessary, we'll just have you go forward without using your PowerPoint.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm not sure what's, I have it on presentation mode and yeah.
There are gremlins all across, it seems, today, so.
Yeah, well.
Trey, this is Sue. If you'd like, I can try and share that.
Okay. Thank you.
If you click in the orange bar too.
Yeah, for whatever reason, 1 second, it's not.
Let me see if I can.
1 second here. Let me try this now. And this is okay. I'm going to share, and I think I got it now.
We still see it in, it has advanced, but you're up now are the title page and you are still in PowerPoint mode.
So it's not full screen.
That's what that means, yes.
Yeah, I'm not, well, Madam Chair, I'll just continue because it's not, I'm selecting the screen and it's not selecting it appropriately. So
Trey, that's okay. You're doing a great job. We're getting it. So go ahead and present.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize about that. So just moving on, as I said, I believe I was just going with some legislation of interest. Wanted to go over the, I'm sorry, my computer is not allowing me to, okay. So moving into legislation of interest. So the short-term vacation rental legislation, wanted to give you a brief update on those. Of course, HB 2625 and HB 2663 are not advancing. HB 2625 last passed House appropriations in mid-February, 10-3. HB 2663, which we support as well, passed House Government and Elections 7-4 with 2 not voting. In mid-February, it has not advanced and is not expected to advance. HB 2711, which we also support, passed House Land and Agriculture and Rural Affairs 10-10 on Valentine's Day. That has not advanced. And then SB 1168, which is the bill sponsored by Senator Mesnard, which allows for counties to require vacation rentals and short-term rentals to owners to maintain liability insurance, as well as to authorize the county to impose civil penalties against an owner of a vacation or short-term rental for a verified violation. This bill is actually going to be heard today in House Commerce. So we will, I am signed in to support on that bill. And this is one of the more, its provisions represent an incremental approach to addressing short-term vacation rentals. So it is on the House Commerce agenda. It is expected to get out of committee. There is a technical amendment on this bill. Right now, the bill as it passed the Senate would actually, there was a typo in which it authorized cities and towns twice to impose penalties for verified violations by short-term or vacation rental owners. And so there's a technical amendment that fixes that. That would indeed, if the bill passed the committee and eventually passed the House and went up to the governor and was signed, would allow counties to impose those civil penalties for a verified violation. And I'm happy to sign in any of you on that bill as well for this afternoon. Obviously, because it coincides with the board meeting, we were not able to be there to testify today. And then next slide, please. Moving on to HB 2110, this is the bill, this is an appropriation, so it's kind of going in the money bills list, but it did pass Senate appropriations earlier this month, 3/8/22. And then HB 2107, this is the bill that has been moving, which repeals for the chairman of the Board of Supervisors to order the closing of any business during an emergency, a declared emergency. So this bill passed House Commerce earlier this month, and it is awaiting, Senate Commerce earlier this month, and it is awaiting Senate floor action. Next slide. Moving into HB 2316, this bill would allow a valid concealed carry permit holder to carry in public establishments and events, with some exceptions if it is a secured facility. We are opposed to this bill due to its impact on our operations, as well as the cost to be able to prevent concealed carry permit holders from entering our buildings and events. It did pass Senate Judiciary 5-3. As I mentioned during my last update, it was on the consent calendar, meaning it would bypass a few procedural steps and go to a final vote. The Senate Democratic Caucus did pull it from the consent calendar. We did receive word that it might go to the floor sometime this week. However, we have not seen it on a Cal calendar so far, but it could come up for floor action anytime this week. The governor's office, we are told, is concerned with it, as this does impact the state as well. So that is impacting the progression of the bill. HB 2473 is a bill that would prohibit public entities from entering into contracts with a value of $100,000 or more unless the contract includes a written certification that that company does not and will not discriminate against a firearm entity. The bill itself stalled and has not advanced and has not been put on a committee agenda. However, there is a strike everything amendment under consideration tomorrow in Senate Finance. We are planning on signing in opposed to that. We're also told that there is an effort to speak to senators, select senators who would be amenable to opposing the bill, and that the Bankers Association still remains opposed and is working on opposing this bill in committee. However, because of Senate Finance and the members of that committee, we do expect it to get out of the committee. Next slide. And then moving on to HB 2541, SB 1381. As a reminder, this bill would have set basically a benchmarking policy in statute for deputy sheriffs, stating that the deputy sheriff salary cannot be lower than 5% of the average starting salary of law enforcement officers of the two highest paying agencies within the same county. It also applied that to detention officers and stated that they may not be lower than 10% of the average starting salary for the three highest paying county detention facilities in the state and the State Department of Corrections. CSA, we did oppose this bill, and as a result of that opposition, the proponents of the bill, the sheriffs, have agreed to work with CSA on a draft amendment. Number one, the bill as drafted will not advance for the rest of the session, and CSA and ACO will work collaboratively on a solution over the interim to be able to find a long-term solution for addressing deputy sheriff and detention officer pay. Additionally, the draft amendment, which we haven't seen a copy of yet, but is under consideration and is being drafted, will include an appropriation that will be distributed to the county sheriff for $47.7 million for $10,000 bonuses for deputy sheriffs and detention officers, known as retention bonuses, and then $4.3 million for $5,000 recruitment bonuses for deputy sheriffs and detention officers. So
just quickly, Madam Chair, just a note, and that is not as intended with the original write-up. It would not put a mandate on us pulling it from our budget. It is a state appropriation instead for that.
That is correct, Supervisor Ryan and Madam Chair. So this would come from the general fund. Unless there are questions, next slide. Thank you. So HB 2554 is a strike everything amendment that it was added by Senator Griffin, or excuse me, Representative Griffin. What the bill would do is it would remove the requirement that a land division applicant provide a statement from a surveyor indicating whether each lot, parcel, or fractional interest is traversable by a two-wheel drive vehicle. And it also prohibits the county from requiring a land division applicant to have a survey as a condition of approving the land division. CSA is opposed to this bill, as are we. The bill, however, has been placed on the Senate Natural Resources, Energy, and Water agenda tomorrow. We are signed in to oppose that bill. SB 1371 is a bill that would increase constable salaries across all categories of documents served. It is pending in Senate Committee of the Whole, and CSA is working with the sponsor on a solution who is actually more focused on a particular policy in Maricopa County. It doesn't necessarily involve Coconino County. Of course, the bill would impact us. So CSA is continuing negotiations with the sponsor on an amendment that would be added during Senate Committee of the Whole. However, those negotiations are ongoing. And then finally, SCR 1049 is a bill that was featured in a Daily Sun story. And what this bill would do is it would establish the Fire District Safety Fund, and it would apply an additional TPT and use tax increment of 1 cent for 20 years, beginning on January 1, 2023, that would be deposited into the newly created Fire District Safety Fund. The bill also outlines how fund monies will be utilized and then transferred to fire districts for assistance. This bill passed the House Land, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs Committee yesterday, 811, and now we'll move to House Rules as well as House Majority and Minority Caucus. Unless there are questions.
CSA taking a stand on that?
Madam Chair, I am not aware whether or not CSA signed in. I can look that up and send you an email to let you know. Unless there are any other questions on state legislation, I'll next slide.
If we can, just real quick, couple comments. First of all, I thought the Arizona Daily Sun did an excellent job on explanation of that for fire districts. So I think that's important information to try to get out to our communities. And just a general comment, it's so many of these state legislative matters, really are interfering with local authority and local control and the ability of counties and municipalities to set the direction of their communities and neighborhoods. So and with that, we'll see what happens. There's still a long road ahead, but I'm sorry to see it, and we'll see what happens. So I don't know, any other comments from other supervisors with regards to the state legislative update?
Madam Chair, just quickly, I appreciate all the work Trey's put in and registering our comments as needed. It's a shame to see, but it's regular business for us. Unfortunately, I wish we had a proactive legislature for what we're doing. Just quick note for supervisors that didn't attend, we went over the short-term issue during County Supervisors Association. Another piece during CSA that occurred was discussion of the dire circumstances associated with water and where the state is, and the attempts to form new structure on what to do while we're under a crisis. So that was, there's background reports that, Trey could get us from CSA if anybody's interested in those. Just quick summary.
That rural water active management legislation, I guess, has gone nowhere. Is that correct, Supervisor Ryan?
It was progressing. I don't know where it is now. Trey, where is it now at this point?
It has not. That's correct. It has not gone anywhere for the groundwater. There was a bill that was passed as a strike everything amendment that was sponsored by Representative Cobb, but that deals with surface water, not the rural groundwater.
Thank you. All right, any other comments? Otherwise, we'll move on with the federal update. Other board members? All right, let's move on then, Trey, to the federal update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a very brief federal update for you. So first of all, the Senate began the confirmation process for President Biden's nominee to the U.S. Supreme Court to replace Associate Justice Stephen Breyer, Ketanji Brown Jackson. Those hearings began this week in the Senate Judiciary Committee and will continue into next week. And then some great news. Some of you may remember from our federal visit whenever we were meeting with Chairman Raul Grijalva. He indicated that it would be a good idea for we have our Sunset Crater Volcano National Monument boundary change legislation that's under consideration in the U.S. Senate, but that it would also be helpful to have Representative O'Halloran introduce the bill over in the House. And he has done that. So Representative O'Halloran has introduced HR 7168, which we are very thankful to Representative O'Halloran and his staff, as well as to Bob and Anna for helping us get this legislation introduced in the House. And additionally, we are also working to have this added to a larger federal package that has the chance to get out of the Senate and onto the president's desk. So those efforts are also underway to be able to get this very common sense technical legislation, even if you will, through Congress and for the president's desk, so we can have that boundary change and allow for the administration to be under the appropriate agency. And then moving into the legislation that we've been working on to get introduced for the Emergency Watershed Protection Program. We're still awaiting on technical assistance from the U.S. Forest Service. So when we're doing, when members of Congress are drafting bills, sometimes they have to ask for technical assistance from the agency to be able to assist them in properly drafting the bill, and then also understanding the policy implications of bill drafting as they draft the language. So that we're still waiting on that. Hopefully we'll have it. We're supposed to, there's a little bit of a delay on it. And as soon as I receive that, I will send it all over to you. And then our understanding is Congressman O'Halloran will move into bill drafting and introduction for that legislation, which we are very excited to see. And just as an FYI, we will, once that occurs, we'll draft a press release. I'm actually working on that right now, and we'll issue a press release indicating our thanks to Congressman O'Halloran and his staff for all their work and offering support for this bill to get it done.
Absolutely, absolutely, very important. So go ahead and.
One last update. We're preparing for WIR, which is happening May the 18th through, well, essentially May 16th through the 20th. And that's going to be in Anchorage, Alaska. I have confirmed 4 out of 5 of you are attending. Supervisor Matt Ryan he's going to stay warm down here in Flagstaff, and we'll districts 1, 2, 4, and 5 will be attending the WI conference in Anchorage, Alaska. So just wanted to provide that update for you all. We'll begin doing planning and figuring out who's going to be where. Of course, Supervisor Fowler has the Rural Action Caucus. And then, of course, you, Madam Chair, have the Public Land Steering Committee. And then we'll work on some of the other programming as well. And then in terms of the staff going at this point, it's going to be me, Deputy County Manager Lucinda Andriani, and Forest Restoration Director Jay Smith at this point.
Very good. Yeah, I think it's going to be a really important conference. And of course, I also sit on the WIR board itself. So I'm very much looking forward to the conference. It looks like some great programs, and I think we'll all have an opportunity to exchange a lot of information with a number of our colleagues from especially across the West. So thank you with that. And I just want to make a comment. I don't know if you saw this. I saw this in the paper, but I want to extend our speedy get well wishes to Congressman O'Halloran, who I understand is suffering from COVID right now. So we wish him a speedy recovery. We need him. We got lots of work for him to do on our behalf. So with that, is there any other questions for members of the board? Any comments? All right, seeing none, we are moving right along, and we're right on track, I think, with our agenda, County Manager. And our next is a discussion, review, and possible direction regarding the Board of Supervisors planning calendar. Do you have any updates on that, County Manager?
Madam Chair, we can go over just a couple of items just going forward. If we can project the planning calendar, please, Lindsay. Couple of items as we're pulling that up. So after today, we do have a couple of redistricting hearings, one tomorrow night at 6 p.m. And then the following one is on March 29th at 2 p.m. In addition to that, I am going to be presenting redistricting to the Coconino Community College District Governing Board next week. That is on the 30th. So I'll be presenting a redistricting update to their district governing board at that time. And so the process proceeds. We are again looking at bringing the matter or the decision to the board on April 12th. And then going on to the 5th of April here. Let me go back up the
Before you
second.
move on, just a point of comment on that, and I really appreciate the staff getting together the public comments that are included on the website, but getting together those public comments and getting them out to individual board members. So we're getting more interest with the public comments, written public comments, than we are the meetings themselves. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for your staff for doing that as well, County Manager.
April 2nd, the board is going to be holding a retreat during the day. We'll be out at the mess hall at Fort Tuthill. We're identifying topics for the board to go over. Some of the items that we have received from board members looking at, we did finish the procedures of the rules, if you will, and those have been adopted. So those items are taken care of. But also we want to focus on protocols, in terms of some of the nuances and the practices that we do with regard to communication between the board and within the districts. And so protocols will be a part of the discussion. Also looking at identification of major items and initiatives for this year and next year. And so part of that I did provide to you in a discussion regarding an update on my performance. So again, identifying major projects for this calendar year next year. And then also looking as we move out of moving towards the improvements that we made, the technology improvements that we made in the boardroom downstairs, how we're going to be transitioning to more of a hybrid model in delivering the board meetings in the future. And so we're having all of that technology finalized, and the clerk has been very involved in that IT. And so that's been taking place. And so the other item with regard to the retreat, I think we did just the remote work in terms of staff and whatnot. So again, those are items, but I would like to make sure that the retreat topics address items that are on your list. So if you can provide those to us in the next day or so, we can then provide any staff background on that and be ready for that. So Madam Chair, at this point, this is an item. It would be probably good to get some comments from the board on retreat before we go on to items on the planning calendar, with your permission.
Yes, absolutely. And members of the board, we have been asked to provide retreat items. This is our retreat, so this is important for us to be heard. I do have a list, Stephen, I'll get that to you today, and I'm sure others do as well. And so this is our opportunity in a fairly informal and in-person setting, which is quite wonderful for us to be together again on this, to go over some items. We do have our policies and procedures that we did adopt, but I think this is really a wonderful opportunity for us to just talk with each other, the good, what's going well, what's not, what can we improve on, what are we just dynamite on, and really take some time to talk with each other. So I'm really looking forward to the retreat, and I appreciate the staff's involvement on this. So let's try to get that list together. Any other comments? And Matt, it looks like you're up.
Oh, I didn't realize I had my mute off. Uh-oh. Actually, no, I'm thinking about it. I always like retreats because it brings us back together. It gives us a chance to, a lot of times we get off into our own world and then we come back together and start to understand, oh, so here's where I'm focused, there's where you're focused. It's always good to have those conversations. So as far as my list, I don't have a comprehensive list right now. It's that's the first piece of engagement I think is so important. I'll be working on it, and I have paper all over the place. That's why I blurred out my screen so you couldn't see the paper behind me.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments? Otherwise, we'll move on with the planning calendar.
Yeah. Okay. And we'll be out. We're at Fort Tuthill, so it'll be nice to be outside and outdoors for the retreat and do some stuff. So
we hope the weather is going to help. So Supervisor Begay, I think you've bubbled up too. At least your mute's off. Maybe I just
I just wanted to say that I do have about 4 items that I need to forward to Steve, and I will do that possibly no later than tomorrow, because I'm still looking at another item. So, but that's for consideration. And it is true that we need to get together and we need to focus on the county as a whole and plan for them, and try to get things done and that needs to get done and within our districts too. So, but so far I'm thinking that we're doing well. So just thank you so much.
thank you. Thanks, Supervisor. Okay. Let's go on to the planning calendar on the 5th, budget presentation. To start off the day, we have a liquor license out of District 5. And then I believe the treasurer's presentation, I believe that may be looking at rescheduling that. But again, at least at this point in time, we do have the treasurer on the agenda. And then after lunch on the 5th, we have the fourth of 5 installments of the facility master plan. At that time, during that presentation, representatives from NAPTA and the Downtown Business Alliance will be in attendance to provide some input as well. And then closing out with roundtable and updates. So again, that's happening on the 5th. On to the 12th, we start off with a presentation from Flagstaff Extreme at Fort Tuthill. And then the 5th of the final installment of our facilities master plan, you will see we have extended the time to 3 hours because this is the wrap-up session for the facilities master plan. And so time has been allotted for thorough board input and discussion. And so that's occurring on the 12th at 2 p.m. And then that evening at 6 p.m., we'll come back for a couple of items on the consent and action. We have a liquor license, and then we also have the Tall Tales Ranch item from P&Z. And then that evening is when the board will have their discussion. So the public hearing portion, at least the hearings have been completed. We'll continue to receive public input up until the 12th. But that evening is when the board will come together, take into consideration the input they received through the public input process, and then make a decision or take an action rather on the redistricting maps for the county. And so that's on the 12th. And then from there on to the 26th, I'll just do the next meeting for April. We'll have on the agenda consent and action. We're also looking at the wildfire defense ordinance amendment, and that's being brought to us. We're going to note that Supervisor Fowler will be out of town for this particular meeting, I believe. And then COVID update from Kim Musselman, roundtable items, and then budget presentation. And then also that on the 26th, Dr. Salop will be presenting the results of surveying that we're going through for the jail district tax extension, and then a recap of over the several months relative to the need for the jail district tax extension to be considered for the November ballot. And I believe, Madam Chair, that is the month of April. I think we're one item, the presentation on the Community Wildfire Grant Program. But I think I'm going to stop at that, but that just covers the month of April. So questions or comments from the board?
Any members of the board, any questions or comments on the planning calendar? Hearing none. And, we didn't take a break. Do we want to take a 5-minute break here? I know that we are going to have hopefully Jay Smith will be able to join us and talk a little bit about the Environmental Excellence Award under our round table. Do we need a break or should we go forward? We okay? Anybody want to speak up now? Forever hold your peace.
Madam Chair, we probably should take a 5-minute break. There are a lot of people behind the scenes that don't have a chance to speak up. So
all right,
probably be wise.
Let's take a 5-minute break. And then would we make sure Jay Smith is going to be available, and Lucinda, I think Lucinda's on, but if we can make sure Jay's going to be on here too. So thank you. We'll be 5 minutes, so we'll be back. Thank you.
Wowza. Thank you so much.
All right. Are we back?
We are back.
All right, I see Lena and I see Vice Chair Vasquez and I do not, Judy, and I see the big J and Supervisor Ryan. So it looks like we're back. All right, well, we are returning. We have one item and I'm not sure if you have anything further, County Manager, under item 22.
Actually, I wanted to do one item very quickly. I wanted to ask Sue Brown to give a quick update on the American Rescue Plan request for information process. And she's been participating. And so just 2-minute update and we'll be ready to go. So with your permission, I'll turn it over to Sue Brown.
Thank you, County Manager. Madam Chair, members of the board, we've been working diligently on our request for information. I want to send a huge thank you to the team that's been working on it and really point out Scott Richardson, our purchasing manager, the team from finance, also team members from HHS and beyond, and also a special thank you to Matt Malik of IT, who has helped design a submittal form that is very easy with lots of drop downs. So for anyone wanting to respond to the RFI, they click a link. They have a submittal form that's 1 page and a very easy tool to use to get their thoughts to us through the RFI. We will be issuing the RFI this week. It is in its very final stages and we're actually hopeful it will be tomorrow. The due date for the submittals will be April 15th. So we're giving a solid 3 weeks for that input from the communities. We're going to do our tentative time frame after that is the review of the submittals throughout April and May, and then develop and issue requests for proposals based on that during the summer. We would be coming to the board before the board's break in July to get your input on the actual RFP services and projects that we want to issue. And then we'll deal with that process while you are on break in July and come back right after that. And hopefully for award of contracts in the late summer, early fall.
Very good.
And then the final item very quickly, Madam Chair, is that the elections staff have relocated from the 110 building to the administrative center. So they're now on the 2nd floor, occupying the space that formerly used by public affairs. And then public affairs, with the exception of Trey, has gone remote. And so it was important to have the elections team closer to their director, Esler Musta, who is housed in the admin building. And so we made those changes. So just to let you know that we've got new faces on the floor, which is always nice to have. So with that, Madam Chair, those are just the 2 quick updates. We already covered redistricting, and then Sue just covered ARPA and the retreat. So we're ready to take it back to you, Madam Chair, for other items.
Very good. Thank you. And I really appreciate that, Deputy County Manager Sue Brown, on the ARPA. I've been meaning to ask on an update for that. So thank you for that update. I think it's important to keep us in the loop on that. So I really appreciate that. Any other questions of County Manager, Deputy County Manager from the board at this time? Hearing none, and members of the board, we are now on item number 23. This is our roundtable. This is Roundtable Light. However, I am going to take a chair's prerogative of going first this time. I am, of course, District 1, but usually try to go to last since I'm chairing. But the reason I'm going to take this prerogative is because I think it's important for the board to be aware, and also for the members of the public to be aware of the Coconino County's wonderful awards that we received this last weekend from Arizona Forward's 40th Annual Environmental Excellence Award Gala. There were a number of members from the county staff who were down there for the gala at the Arizona Biltmore. And we won, and we'll have some of our staff and Deputy County Manager Lucinda Andriani explain this more further. But we actually won both the Governor's Award for environmental excellence. And then we were the overall winner of the evening for the President's Award, which is a very prestigious award acknowledging that program or initiative that has presented the most innovative and sustainable and environmental program for the state of Arizona with the biggest consequences here for the state of Arizona. And to take both the governor's award and then to win the overall president's award for the evening was a high honor for Coconino County, and really speaks to the leadership and innovation of our staff. And also, quite frankly, the foresight and leadership that was shown by the past Board of Supervisors on the Forest Service, the Forest Restoration Initiative. And I want to read you the program introduction for our initiative, and then I'm going to turn it over to Deputy County Manager Lucinda Andriani, and then we'll have comments from members of the board. Here it is. This is Coconino County's Forest Restoration Initiative. In 2017, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors identified catastrophic wildfire and post-wildfire flooding as the #1 public safety risk for the citizens and the environment in Coconino County. As a result, Coconino County Flood Control District developed a countywide forest restoration initiative in response to the devastating impacts of catastrophic wildfires and post-wildfire flooding, protecting the forests and economic vitality of northern Arizona and safety of all citizens. This initiative can be a statewide model, and we hope it is, a statewide model of collaborative, forward-thinking policy and action. And so again, I want a special shout out to Jay Smith, our forester, who in fact made the application for this award, and also for Lucinda Andriani, Deputy County Manager, and all the rest of our staff that has worked so diligently on this. And then a special shout out again to the innovative, forward thinking of the prior board, Supervisor Ryan, Supervisor Fowler, Supervisor Art Babbitt, Supervisor Jim Parks, and Supervisor Liz Archuleta, for really seeing the importance of this for our community and for the state of Arizona, and really now for the continued efforts of the staff and our board now in keeping the County Forest Restoration Initiative going forward. So a big congratulations to all. And I have to say, it's such an important program, and thank you for all of your involvement in this. And I'm going to turn this over to County Manager, Deputy County Manager Lucinda Andriani, and then possibly the County Manager would like to make some comments, and then we'll turn it over to the board for their comments on this. So Lucinda?
All right, thank you, Chair. And you know, it was quite the honor and frankly a surprise in terms, we had a sense that we might be considered for the Governor's Award, but certainly the President's Award was a surprise, and you know, very gratifying. And I think I really want to recognize Jay Smith is out in the field today, but you know, we'll look at coming back at another time when we can recognize Jay and his work. And I just think the leadership of the Flood Control District and you know, in moving this initiative forward has been largely unparalleled in the Western U.S. I mean, we're beginning to see other water districts, counties, other entities step into this situation and be proactive. But this is really a demonstration of the Flood Control District's board of being very proactive and saying, you know, as we discussed, you know, we could no longer accept the consequences from repetitive fires. And we're certainly, you know, seeing that consequence again now. And, but moving this to a proactive and the timing now with the ability to leverage the funds coming to the Forest Service for forest restoration, we are, you know, exquisitely positioned to be able to really move this initiative forward. So really, really pleased that I wanted to show everybody the President's Award is about twice the size of this. Well, it's hard to see.
I'd say.
Yeah, you can't really see it on the screen, but we'll put it out front and those that are around can come see it. And so it's been, a major team effort, and certainly, Jay and I have had kind of prominent roles, but lots of people have supported this over the years. And I really want to thank everybody for the support, but particularly the board for initiating this effort and then maintaining the support and the willingness to continue to support this truly critical initiative. So thank you.
And by the way, the President's Award, and I am not kidding, weighs 20 pounds.
It's heavy. It's heavy. Even the smaller one is probably about 10 to 15 pounds.
Members of the board, any I know this is our round table, so any comments that you'd like to make at this time?
I'll go ahead and start out real quick, Madam Chair. And I heard it clunk down when you put it down there, Lucy. I was like, oh, there you go. And we won't use it as a paperweight because they really are distinguished awards. And you pretty much said it. It's a team effort, but as I noted, as I texted you as well as Jay, your efforts stand out as well, is helping coordinate, helping us go with wise decisions on where we needed to go for the sake of the community and what we've done with flood control. We really have had a targeted approach. We've been efficient in what we're doing. It's not perfect. We'd like to do a lot more, but we have limited capability. But we also had to do increases associated with the levy so that we can protect our communities, and seeing what we've done and how we are protecting the communities actually provide the evidence of why this effort is such a good effort. And the fact that we're the leaders on it, well, I'm glad to say that we are, and I'd love to see a lot more communities doing what we're trying to do as well. Thank you.
Well said, Supervisor Ryan. Supervisor Vice Chair Vasquez, I see you've bubbled up too.
Sure. I just wanted to give congratulations to everybody involved with this award. It's a great award and a testament to the work of the staff in the Flood Control District and the continued efforts in working to mitigate the different dangers that we face. And we're just really excited that this happened, and want to say that part of the reason we were able to this is a testament to part of the reason why we got so much funding from the federal government so quickly. Under Schultz Fire, it took 3 years to get funding. This time we were able to get funding within 6 months. And a lot of that had to do with the work that was done beforehand to lay the groundwork for that. And so again, this is just a testament to that hard work, that foresight, and that effort with the staff. Great job. Congratulations. Well deserved.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. This is such a great recognition. I remember when Art Babbitt, Supervisor Art Babbitt, brought it to the board, and prior to that, just saying that we have got to do this. This is a crisis, and this is the #1 issue within Coconino County is our forests and our watershed. Then he came up with the idea of hiring a forest restoration director, and I was thinking, how can we take over the responsibility of the U.S. Forest Service? And so it was just a lot of discussion that had taken place, trying to work through all the ideas, and just Supervisor Ryan and Supervisor Babbitt really teaming up on this. And just want to recognize them, how much work that they put into it, and then working with the various communities and all the agencies from the state, the local to the state to the federal agencies, and It became part of our federal agenda every single year, just to educate the federal government about what we are doing and their responsibility, as well as our responsibility to advocate on behalf of the communities, our own communities, our watershed, our environment. And so I just really appreciate that Lucinda and Jay and all the staff there are, Public Works seems to be involved all the time, and just all our various departments. Just want to thank everyone and just think that this is a real team effort that this award has been recognized to these awards. There's an S in there to Coconino County. So congratulations and thank you, Madam Chair and staff for being there and accepting the award on the Coconino County's on behalf of Coconino County, and really recognition to our residents too, because they've had many meetings. There were a lot of community meetings just in this discussion, and we continue to. So just want to add that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're muted, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Follow, and thank you for your and Supervisor Ryan's leadership, and something that we proudly continue forward here in Coconino County. So thank you both. Supervisor Begay, would you like any comments?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to say thank you to everyone that was involved. I'm pretty sure even our secretaries and clerks were shuffling paper, making copies, and things like that to get these documents in place, and typing here and there. And I just thank you to everybody. And I think the meeting in the WIR in Utah was very productive, and I think it was meant to be at that time, and I was really comfortable with that. But I just want to thank everyone that has been involved from 10 years ago or so, going forward, because things don't happen overnight. So I just want to say thank you so much. And I haven't seen the award, so I'd like to see how it looks, and maybe I can use that to lose some weight here. But anyway, I just want to say thank you, everybody. Go ahead, Sago.
You're muted, Madam Chair.
I'm doing it. I'm doing the Matt Ryan. I apologize.
Yeah. Hey, just if I may, Madam Chair, and because it goes back to Schultz, definitely Mandy Metzger and Liz Archuleta, many nights out there. But I'll follow the other supervisors on, and a lot of staff. There are a lot of people that worked a lot of tired hours, along with community members with their worries. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And Connie Matt, I apologize,
There it
Supervisor.
is. You can see the award. It's on Lucinda's screen.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, but I didn't mean to not recognize Supervisor Archuleta and Mandy. I mean, just the work, the teamwork, goodness that was taking place. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. You're right. So.
And Madam Chair, if I could very quickly just also add, we were also nominated for another category. And I'd like Sue Brown quickly just to remind folks that we did have another category for an award. And then she also wants to mention an update on our internet issues for today. So Sue.
Thank you, County Manager Peru. Madam Chair, members of the board, just a quick recognition to everybody who worked on the medical examiner project, which was completed in 2019 and initially submitted for an environmental excellence award in 19 and then again for 20, but that one got continued all the way to 2022. There was an incredible group of people, including our partner, Kinney Construction Services and APMI, who was our designer, and Kinney was our contractor. And I think the hugest shout out goes to the medical examiner staff, including Dr. Zarnicki, Dr. Madsen, Yaz Seeley, and the HHS staff and medical examiner staff, who are too numerous actually to mention. But I also want to shout out to the facilities management staff who bore that elephant baby, and it took about 5 years to get done, but it eventually produced our beautiful medical examiner facility on Huntington. So that was our other submission for environmental awards. Very proud of that. And I just want to say also, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, just a huge thank you to Deputy County Manager Andriani for her endless work for forest restoration and flood control and all of those things. It deserves its own award. So thank you for that. I also wanted to mention that some of our little internet issues that we had today sparked and thought that perhaps our provider, Suddenlink, is having an issue. So I reached out to IT, and they have confirmed that there is an issue with the provider across the southern Southwest, including Texas, California, and Arizona. They have reports of several users reporting slowness across the Flagstaff area in addition. So that can explain some of our issues. Not able to pull up PowerPoints, those kinds of things. It's extreme internet slowness. And unfortunately, there's nothing we can do to cure it. So patience is our only option, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Very good. And thank you for that update. So, and members of the board, I know that I took more than my time for our roundtable light, but I thought it was important for you to learn about the wonderful awards we received on the Environmental Excellence Awards Gala and Arizona Forward. With that, and a reminder that it is roundtable light, and we're supposed to start breaking here in about 7 minutes. District 2, Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I'll keep it super short and just mention that Cesar Chavez Day is coming up at the end of the month. And so NAU has some events co-sponsoring with CHOC. There will be an event at NAU on March 24th. So I guess that's Thursday, March 24th from 7 to 8:30 at the Union Fieldhouse, room 30, building 135. I believe his grandson will be there giving a presentation. Should be a great event. So please come if you can participate. And then again, just want to thank everybody for all their hard work. I was able to participate in the county service recognition event on March 10th, and thank all those who have had multiple years of service and those retiring. And so just want to give a shout out again to all of them who were recognized, and thank you for your service. So I'll leave it at that so everybody else can go next. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And District 3, Matt Ryan.
I gave most of my updates. The one thing that I do need to bring to the board's attention, just to make you aware of, and realized I hadn't done that. I did compose a letter. It was very last minute for the sake of Kaibab National Forest related to broadband. Forest Service is attempting to initiate a new fee for the sake of broadband. Because we've struggled so much in the rural areas, adding that additional fee puts another barrier up. So we put out a letter quickly just to submit comment on that. And I'll make sure everybody gets a copy of that, but wanted to make everybody aware of that too. Did that, my gosh, probably 4 weeks ago when it hit deadline, and just completely forgot about letting people know. So wanted to let you know.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. And Supervisor Begay in District 4.
Madam Chair, I just want to say I'm getting caught up on some things. As you know, I lost a family member, so the month of March has been really crazy for me, and but I'm trying to get back on track here. But basically, we do have a new addition onto Linda Curley. She's been adamantly going out and getting information to the chapters for us, and she hit the ground running without Cheryl, and I think both of them for holding the office. When I could make it and couldn't make it. So I just want to say thank you for all the condolences I got from the staff, and then also for some community members, and
Oh, Supervisor Begay, it seems that the sudden link gremlin has hit. Apparently there, you're back up. We, I think, have lost her again. So, all right, Supervisor Lena Fowler, let's go to you. And if Supervisor Begay comes back, we'll give her a minute as well. So, Supervisor Fowler.
Well, thank you. Well, I continue to work on networking partnership meetings. We just had our broadband meeting and it's really growing. It was at the Arizona the Commerce Authority, and we had nearly 100 people, and we have another one that's scheduled. We're really trying to see how we may be able to make the most of these federal dollars that are coming through to benefit and be able to benefit our counties as well as the Navajo Nation. We're all interconnected. We had the state of Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and Colorado broadband directors do presentations and very much want to be involved. We have the Navajo Nation leadership. And so we continue to on that effort. We are continuing to work on economic development, really focused on the economic mobility of our county, how we would be able to address those issues and on various fronts. You know, one of the things that I noticed that still is coming to my office is the unemployment issues. People that are being told to repay unemployment that they were either eligible for or they were found later on to not be eligible, and they are now having to repay. I'm working with I want to thank our Workforce Development Director, Billy Francis, for stepping in, and our Page Office Health Department, Holiday and her team. So now we're back to, and during the pandemic, that was one of our major work was to help people with their unemployment, to be able to access unemployment, set up ID, website ID verification, and also to be able to know how to answer questions. One of the issues that we're running into and what I'm seeing, and I don't know if the other supervisors get these cases also, but I get them from we get them from all directions, is that it's the language barrier, second language, English as a second language, not actually really understanding sometimes. So that's something that we're still seeing. And then being able to, trying to work with the Small Business Administration on small businesses being able to see how they may be able to access certain programs. And so we continue to work on all fronts. There's all different issues we're addressing. Also, we started the taxes. We're working with United Way and New Mexico tax help, nonprofit organization. So, and I want to thank Steve and his team for just really being so passionately wanting to help individuals. So when we talk about community assistance, the need that is out there, we're always talking about housing. We're always talking about, we do have utility assistance, but there's other forms of challenges that are bubbling up. And I know that our community services, I want to thank our health department and its services that are there were able to direct people there and also out to the state. Even it came up during the Western Agency Council meeting, a question that was brought up. So constantly trying to provide that information. So I just want to, if you're aware of that, I know our health department is aware of it. Brooke, our regional director, and Paige, well, she was fully aware of it, and they're really addressing the issues there. So I just want to bring that up. We also have our regional meeting that is coming up there. We call it now, we came up with a name, Arizona Strip Regional Area Planning. So we're going to have that meeting on the 28th, and we're going to be, since we don't have internet access, we thought, well, okay, well, we're going to use that to our advantage to emphasize how much broadband is needed in the area. So it's all in person that we're going to have. And so we're scheduled for that, and we're going to be doing that. We're also working with counties and Navajo Nation on transportation. And it's the same deal. We as counties, we have certain agreements that we have in place with Navajo Nation, and are also, the infrastructure bill is coming up, and we also, Navajo Nation has received funding. How do we partner with them on maybe some projects? So Lucinda, I want to thank her and her team for always being there as part of the partners. So we have that as well. And then we have our national meetings that are still going on, which is Amanda, the vice president for RAC, for NACO. We're having conversations about drought and putting a presentation together for the RAC and maybe possibly WIR. I'm talking with supervisors and commissioners across the country and staff. And so that's another one that we're working on. We're also really paying attention to coal impact counties, which we are a member of, and we are really having more conversations about the impact to these rural communities. So, and very much like ours. So that's something, that's another one that we're working on. There's a lot more to be reported, I guess, but just that for now. We always are working on too many things all at once. Thank you.
That's a good summary, I think, of all of our districts. So thank you so much, Supervisor Fowler, for your update. Any other comments? Otherwise, we are just a little over, and I know we are coming back at 1:15 for a time certain for facilities. So unless there are other comments, County Manager or members of the board, at this time, I would like us to take our lunch break, and we shall return at 1:15. And thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Wei.
Thanks for raising your hand, Matt, and made it easy to find you.
Oh, there's that Tom guy.
I'm not the only one on camera anymore.
Hey, Tom. Yeah.
How's the coffee this afternoon?
Well, I'm drinking. I was looking around for tea, and I found this tangerine vitamin C drink. So it's one of those scour the cabinets. What do I have out there?
Close enough, right?
Yeah. So I heard the event was really neat.
It was good. Yeah. It was nice to be back. Last time I was down there was, oh, Steve got a haircut. Are you implying something? Is this lead by example or?
Well, let me tell it this way. It was not a cut that was embraced at home. I was like, what did you do to your hair? So it's a touchy subject at home.
Okay.
He got his
I kind of
haircut.
thought I could call the shots with my own haircut, but no.
I didn't even notice.
Hey,
Yeah, I did.
it's my summer cut a few months early.
There you go. It's going to be summer this week for 2 days.
Yeah, it's getting warm already.
Yeah, I know you didn't ask, Steve, but I agree with Beth.
What is it? Anybody else want to weigh in? Steve's hair, long or short? Survey says.
I think I'm going to bow out of this vote. Okay.
Madam Chair, may I be recognized, please?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, wait, no, I better not.
You're at will. Don't forget.
I forgot that for a second.
Don't worry, Sue. There's a lot of good employment lawyers out there.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh my gosh.
All right, we're digressing quickly.
It looks good, Steve.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Dude, you're not muted.
You want to play some Jethro Tull for us, Tom?
Thinking about the Allman Brothers is what I'm looking.
Ah, that's right, Allman Brothers.
So I was actually at Sprouts yesterday, and some younger guy looked at me. He's like, "You look like Eddie Vedder," and I was like,
Well, that's a compliment.
"Well," I said thanks, and then I carried on to pick out, jalapenos and peppers and onions, and thought about it for the rest of the day.
No, he's damn right. I'll just leave it at that.
Did I miss a joke? I heard Patrice really laughing away.
You did. My favorite is when you're in the office, you can always hear Lindsay laughing. I love that, Lindsay.
It was a great laugh. It's a great laugh.
Madam Chair, I think we have to recognize when that laugh happens the most, she's talking to a fellow member of the board.
Usually it's Supervisor Ryan.
Yes, exactly. It's a fellow member of the board.
Okay,
That's because we think good thoughts and we're always happy.
let's see. Let's do a check of the attendees to see if we have anybody on the attendee side who wants to come over.
Cynthia, Lindsay, you might want to bring over Cynthia Nemeth.
Yeah, I think that's all from just going through. Yeah, we have Ray and Cinda. Yeah, we should be good.
Thank you. Now I can actually comment on Steve's new
Another
haircut.
one.
I like Steve. I like it very much.
Hey,
So,
at least I didn't use a bowl to do my haircut.
Would be a very small bowl.
Oh.
Hey, Sue, we got to start this meeting off on the right note.
I think Sue's on her way back to facilities department. We gave it a try, but hey, we just have to cut our ties here, Sue. It's okay.
It's only a matter of time.
Yeah.
We do have a couple openings. Do we make her a fly?
Yeah, you could interview with Tom Hanachek, maybe he'd hire you.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not so good with HVAC though.
I'll have to consult with the CM's office on this first.
Please do. All right. Madam Chair, we are all here.
Well, that's debatable, Steve, if we all are.
Physically?
Physically.
We're all
Thank you.
in the room.
Thank you, County Manager. I appreciate that. So, and welcome back, members of the public and my colleagues and staff. We are back on the regular board meeting, and in this afternoon we have a number of important presentations to the governing board, and we're starting out with the first is a presentation on the update on the facilities master plan. And as the public may have noted, is that we have in fact had two prior fairly extensive updates to go over the facilities master plan. We will then, this is 3 of 5. The last one, we will actually have a long work study session, so we, the board, can mull over the very extensive presentation that has been presented to us from facilities management and, quite frankly, all across the county. So once again, thank you, staff, for your very thoughtful input and your very thoughtful presentation to the board. And today, we are going to have Deputy County Manager Sue Brown introduce this item and continue with update number 3 of 5. So thank you, Deputy County Manager Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. We're excited for part 3 of our 5-part series today. Looking forward, we're going to, of course, start as we have before with a bit of a review of where we've been in our previous sessions, and then an agenda for where we'll move forward in the final 2 sessions as well. But this one is particularly important because it is some of our users, some of the departments that are so key to our facilities portfolio. Could not get that out. To our facilities portfolio. It includes some of our largest departments throughout the county who have many different special types of buildings and needs. And so they will be here to offer their perspective on their particular needs and their particular situation. So we're very excited to hear what they have to say. With that, Madam Chair, I would turn it over to Tom Hanachek, our Facilities Management Director. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom, and please take it away.
Thank you very much, Sue and Chair Horstman. So yeah, very similar to the, well, first of all, I'm sharing my screen. I want to make sure everybody can see it. Good, excellent. As Sue mentioned, very similar to the first 2, we're going to kind of give a brief recap and a very short insight on the next 2 meetings coming up, because I want to allow for ample time today, because as Sue mentioned, we have 5 major departments within the organization that represent a large portion of staffing and also services directly to the public. And these five divisions, these 5 departments also have some pretty large needs, facility related needs. And again, that's the focus of this 5-part series. And I'll just kind of go through real quick what we're looking at here. And try to advance the slide. So as already mentioned, this is a 5-part series initially. That's what's planned. There'll most likely be follow-up sessions into the future, maybe after budget as we get more information, depending on the direction of the board. But we started this back in February, the very first day of February, and we'll wrap up with as Chair Horstman had said, a 3-hour session is planned for April 12th, where we'll kind of review all the information. So the first one, just to kind of wrap back a little bit, we talked about the history of the facilities master plan. We had a couple departments join us to talk about recent accomplishments from a facility standpoint and space planning standpoint, and then some of the upcoming projects this year and into next year that are currently funded. Some of that will be reviewed today also by the individual departments that are presenting. Our last meeting, which was on February 22nd, we spent the entire time talking about the work that's been done on the King Street campus project. There was it took about 2 years for us to do that. And obviously COVID delayed the cycle, but a lot of good information was presented with 3 potential options for that site. Today, we will be talking, as mentioned, about current needs in the organization, and we'll have multiple departments be presenting their information that they've prepared in advance. The April 5th meeting, which is another 90-minute session, we will have the Downtown Business Alliance and also NAPTA presenting on some of the work that they've been doing and their planning that they've accomplished over the last couple of years. And it's an important component as we move forward with our facilities planning from an organizational standpoint to include these key partners because it will affect the decisions that we make. And then the final session on April 12th, again, is a 3-hour. Since today we don't have that much time to talk about other organizational needs, I want to make sure we allow at least 30 to 40 minutes for the Board of Supervisors to be able to engage with the participants from today's session. I will spend a brief, probably 20 to 30 minutes at the beginning of that session talking about other organizational needs that haven't been covered yet in the first 4 sessions. The other thing, I'll spend about 20 to 30 minutes in more detail, reviewing the content from the first 4 sessions. Getting a little bit of feedback there. And then we'll also be providing recommendations based on the information and based on our assessment of the direction that we think the organization should go. We'll have a discussion and then look for recommendations from the board. So today we will be discussing current and future county facility and space needs as we know them. There's been a fair amount of work that's been done over the last couple of years by various departments, and there's been a lot of planning that's been done. Some of this is funded, some of it is unfunded, but today will be kind of a snapshot into that. And again, this is an informational session only. And we're not looking for any recommendations today specifically. It's more of just an informational gathering session. But before I get into turning it over, and I should have started with this, facilities management has a new assistant director that I'd like to introduce. Just since I have a captive audience, I would like to just take a moment to introduce Adrienne Burke, who is an 8-year veteran of the county, spent 7 years with the Public Defender's Office and 1 year with the Human Resources Department. So she's joining us today, and she'll obviously be a huge part of this planning effort moving forward. So Adrienne, welcome. And here's the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and members of the board and County Manager Peru. I'm really excited to be here with you guys.
Thank you, Adrienne. So as I mentioned, I want to get right into the department's presentations, and we have them in order. Cynthia Nemeth from Parks and Recreation will go first, and then I'll introduce the individual members that are going in order here. So we'll go Parks and Rec, Sheriff's Office, Courts, HHS, and then we'll wrap it up with Public Works. I will have a brief summary at the end before we turn it over to Q&A. So without holding back further, Cynthia, who is the Director of Parks and Recreation, I will be managing the slides, so tell me if I mess up and I could go back and forth.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Tom, and Madam Chair, members of the board. I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to talk about our facility needs and to have been included in this broader conversation. So we've identified several facility needs within the Parks and Recreation Department. And most of them, I think actually all of them are here at Fort Tuthill County Park. So I'll take that first slide there, next slide. And so the first one that is not unfamiliar to you is the upgrade of the water and sewer line around the historic quad. The quad is the actual footprint of the county fair and the location where a lot of special events occur. The existing lines of the water and sewer lines, they're along the perimeter of the quad, And they're the original lines. And on an annual basis, or at least seemingly on an annual basis, there is some sort of a water leak and some sort of a repair that has to take place. And so therefore, we also believe that there's continuous water leaks. Actually, we had a survey done, and there are a lot of suspect areas where we're continuously losing water, which is not, it's not a really a sustainable place that we want to be. And then additionally, back in the day when they were installed and constructed, they were joined together with lead joints. And so that causes great concern over the quality of water that we have here at Fort Tuthill County Park. And one of the ways that we've identified to pay for this particular project, we have, let's see, estimated it to be in the neighborhood of about $4 million. It's probably it's one of the larger ticketed items that we'll be talking about. And we're looking at ARPA, potential ARPA funds. And if that doesn't materialize, we're hopeful that the Infrastructure Improvement and Jobs Act funds might come our way and help us realize this needed upgrade. Another facility project or need that we have, and we're continuing to work on this, is public restrooms throughout Fort Tuthill County Park. We recently inaugurated, if you will, our first permanent restroom, and this is one with flushing toilets. Believe it or not, we are still, despite that one building, we still have numerous portable restrooms throughout the park to service the needs of our active area. And these circles that you see on that picture are just areas where we've proposed that future restrooms could be located. Or retrofitted. It's just buildings that could be retrofitted or existing restrooms that could be improved upon. And so the funding that we have identified or are hoping for this particular project, actually one of our next restrooms where we already know how we're going to get that funded. We were lucky to get to receive ARPA funds for a project that is going to renovate the parking lots here at Fort Tuthill County Park and bring sewer to the campground. We had public-private partner funds for that, as well as certificates of participation funds identified for that, but we got an ARPA grant, and so now we'll be able to use that pot of money for another bank of restrooms. The other ones, we will, as we always do, seem to do, cobble money together to figure out how we're going to do that. We'll take that next slide. Thank you. Another facility need for the Parks and Recreation Department is to modernize our office buildings and our customer service space. Right now, our staff is split up into 3 different buildings, 16 staff that work here at Fort Tuthill County Park. We're all divided in 3 different buildings. One of the offices is actually a retrofitted home, a residence, and that's actually where I am at right now. The other office, which is considered what we call the main office, that's where most of the customers are supposed to start off at, is a former military infirmary. So when the fort was an active military establishment, that building was the infirmary and is now our main, what we call our main administrative office. But what happens with that is that we have customers that come out to Fort Tuthill, and sometimes they end up in our offices over here, but they're supposed to be at the main office, or they're at the main office, they're looking for someone, they're shuffled over to the annex. This is the building that I'm in. So anyway, we're constantly shuffling customers back and forth. So it doesn't really provide for a very fluid, if you will, customer service experience. Because these buildings are also aged, we experience all types of different needs for repairs. Not so long ago, we had to deal with mold mitigation in the main administrative office. We also, while we mitigated that mold situation, we took the opportunity to repair a doorway where whenever it rained, water would seep through. The most recent repair was to a water line. Nobody realized that we have water lines running through the roof of the building that I'm in right now. And one of these winter days, the heat went out, and because of that water, the water line broke in the roof, caving the ceiling. So those are the types of things that we're dealing with. And I will point out that the 2013 master plan did call for a Parks and Recreation and visitor office near the entrance of Fort Todd Hill County Park. There is absolutely no identified funding for this project. In terms of the amphitheater, we have heard from our past operators that there is a pretty dire need for additional storage of their equipment, speakers and such, chairs, tables, merchandise, products, those types of things. And a storage building there would also provide a much, much better way of housing equipment and other merchandise, mostly equipment, really, event equipment in the off season. Right now, for example, a lot of the trash barrels, if you can imagine that, signage and those things are inside the restrooms, the public restrooms. And God forbid something happened in there that then we'd have to take everything out. It just would take time if we had to do some sort of a repair in there and whatnot. So not ideal. And so additional storage at the amphitheater is a facility need that we have determined. Next slide, thank you. Improving the buildings around the quad. Now, these are all historic buildings, and a lot of them are now in need of new roofing. They could very well use, very much use, I should say, electrical improvements. The exterior paint is something we constantly struggle with. And also interior conditioning. If we were able to condition some of the buildings, for example, the one you see in this picture, which is the home economics building, we could use that building and others year round. They could serve as community space, meeting rooms, and they might serve events better than they currently do. Improving the windows and the doorways would create a more uniform look, provide additional benefit to these buildings because they are suffering from the effects of weather and just poor insulation period. So that is another facility improvement that we've identified within our department. The commercial building, and that is the very large building on the quad. That restroom needs to be, or doesn't need to be, but it could very well use an upgrade, especially for special events that happen out here. And we would like to improve, expand that restroom, provide greater capacity, as well as what we call the headquarters building. That's the building that's in the middle of the quad. We have conceptual plans to turn that into a restroom bank, which would serve the large special events that happen on the quad, would serve the county fair as well. The floor, going back to the commercial building, the floor in that commercial building is made of concrete and it's cracked. And so that whole entire flooring needs to be replaced for fear of creating a public safety hazard in terms of tripping and that sort of thing, because it continues to deteriorate. And then finally, there is an old restroom building in the grandstands. It's only accessible through the fence, and once you're inside the grandstands, one idea that we have had is to somehow retrofit that one, bring in the improvements that it needs. It's in quite a state of aging. And so to create maybe some sort of a scenario where people renting the Posse Ramada, which you see here in this picture, would have access to that restroom. If people were renting the grandstands, they would have access to that restroom as well. So trying to figure out how we can make a better use and create greater access of that facility for park users and event lessees as well. So those are and these last ones that I've talked about, we have no identified funding for. We could, again, the way we envision it is cobbling together grants and leveraging those grants with fair fund balance, which we have some. So we are hoping that maybe it's either the restrooms in the commercial building or maybe the improvements to some of the quad buildings that I talked about. So we have some funding there, depends on the cost of the project and the amount of grant funding that we can receive and leverage with the funds that we actually, the fund balances that we have. So those are our major facility needs. And like I said, mostly at Fort Tut Hill, which is, you know, the county's oldest park.
Well, thank you, Cynthia. Certainly appreciate it. And we were thinking the way we're going to roll this presentation is just kind of go through the 5 departments' needs and then do Q&A at the end, if that's okay, Chair Horstman, or would you like to have questions in between for the individual departments?
You know, given that it could be a long time before we get to the last one, I think it might be worthwhile just to take a moment here to see if the board has any questions on Cynthia's presentation, if you don't mind, Tom.
Perfect, yeah.
And members of the board, any comments or questions that you might have of Cynthia? Supervisor Ryan.
I think it was put together well. I mean, the facilities have had needs for quite some time, and it's making us aware of those pieces, which we haven't always looked at from the capital plan perspective, and it always seemed to make sense that we included it in there. So I think it speaks for itself. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Any other members of the board?
Madam Chair?
Yes, yes.
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you, Cynthia. Yesterday, we opened the Tippah City Louise Yellowman County Park. We were on Facebook Live. Just want to thank Cynthia and her team and Public Works. We were all smiles. We even got honking cars driving by honking, and just really popular on Facebook right now. And it was really nice to see families come in and already kids skateboarding. So I just want to thank Cynthia and her team. I know it's a lot of work. So everything that you've been planning what you presented. We've been having conversations about that for a long time. And always the challenge is, where do we get the money from? So there are great needs at Fort Tut Hill, and slowly we've been chipping away at it. So I'm really actually very happy that it's part of the facility master plan. We've always had discussion outside of the facility master plan. So this is very good. Thank you.
I thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments? I'll just make a quick one as well. And obviously, it's amazing what you've been able to do out there at Fort Tut Hill. It's really a wonderful facilities for our county and, quite frankly, for the state of Arizona. And I know that it does need much needed upgrades and various capacities, as you've outlined. I think it'd be interesting to see if there is monies available in that. If that infrastructure bill comes out, I'd like to see what might be available there, for us to be able to look at for your needs as set forth and as you've laid out here. I think obviously water and sewer lines, and there may be others, I don't know. And I know we're still waiting for an update from our staff really on that, but I'd like to see if there's some federal monies that might be available for some of these needs. So thank you. All right, so take it away, Tom, next.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. I'd like to turn it over to Sheriff Driscoll from the Sheriff's Office. And again, Sheriff, I'll be controlling the slides, so let me know if I need to adjust.
Well, thanks, Tom. Madam Chair, members of the board, County Manager's Office, again, we appreciate this opportunity to present. And we will be very good, I think, about holding to the time, because we realize you're certainly limited on the time you have today after looking at your agenda. So want to talk about our detention facility and primarily our intake project. that we have initiated. Next slide, Tom. And what the purpose of this really is to separate the intake from the release areas. Right now, we book and release at the same time in the same areas. And when you have a significant number of inmates, that can create security issues, contraband issues, and we're trying to, that's again, one of the largest reasons that we need to create this, this addition that we're talking about. We need additional space. Our medical and intake in particular, many times we will fill these areas up and we're having to make do. We're having to look for ways to house people with certain special situations and just not having the space to do it. We're looking at increasing our holding area. This is for the high-risk inmates that come in, the ones that may be experiencing a mental illness or exhibiting those signs, detoxing, potentially suicidal, and having enough holding capacity where we're able to separate. Right now, we only have 6 cells in our intake area, single cells, to deal with these people, and we need to modify our intake holding area so that we have more individualized capacity for that. We need to increase the actual workspace that we have. We need to install magnetometers. Those are the scanners that I think you're all familiar with. We need to have those within our facility, and right now, without taking something out or structurally modifying what we have, we're not able to do that. So it also, I think the magnetometers are also necessary to prevent contraband from coming into our jail, whether that is harmful contraband, drugs, things like that. We also need to increase our video court capabilities. And since the pandemic began, I think we really saw the needs of the courts wanting to have access to more video court opportunities and needing that capacity. Currently, we have one permanent video court, and we have a temporary one set up in our only training room in the jail. So we're looking at adding video courtrooms enough to handle that increased workload and requests that we are receiving from the various courts around Coconino County. We need to add some space for our service providers, whether these are people coming in to conduct assessments, whether those be medical, whether those be pretrial, whether those be our pathways community, I think that many of you are familiar with. Another area we need to correct is having the breathalyzer out of the jail proper, outside the actual secured perimeter of the jail, because many people who are brought in for a breathalyzer test are released. And we would prefer, if they're going to be released, that they not actually enter our jail, because everybody that is new that comes in needs to get booked through the process. And we're creating a security issue by allowing people who are not going to be housed in our jail inside that facility. And again, the last thing is adding that teleconference space. Again, for visitation, for attorneys to utilize. And whether it's, again, for visitation, whether it's other needs with other service agencies, having that ability to visit with people inside the jail. Next slide, Tom. As far as achievements go, I think we've briefed you in the past about this, the very successful addition that we've had built and constructed in the Page area detention facility that was completed last October. We had some of those same issues about security in that area, and we've increased security with the build out that we had. We enclosed the Sally port, again, another security issue that we had in Page. We were able to enhance and create a separate video court up there as well. To put in a training room that will serve everyone's needs up there in the community. And then to put in a break room and kitchen as well to serve inmates' needs. We also had fencing, perimeter fencing put in place there. And if you have not had a chance to visit that facility, I would urge you to if you happen to get up that way. It's we're very happy and pleased with the outcome up there. Next slide, Tom. This is a flow chart of, and it's a bit probably busy here, but it's essentially a flow chart. In that gray box on the left side is where an inmate is taken into custody by any agency, and the process of being brought into the facility and the various kinds of directions that person can go. But and whether or not they're going to stay, whether or not they go to their initial appearance from in front of a judge and be released, or whether they're going to be held. And then what happens to them after that process. And I'm not going to go in and really try to explain that, but I think where this leads us is that there are multiple events, multiple things that take place when a person is brought into our facility. And as you look at the very top on the left with the gray area, that is where a person would be entering the Pathways program when they're released from jail and released back into the community. They would go through the Pathways area and have that ability to be talked to by a number of service providers early on that have already pre-identified some of those services that they may to avail themselves about. Next slide, Tom. This is a current footprint of our facility. You can see we have a rather large area here. Those rectangular structures are the 3 primary pods that we have, which provide housing for inmates. Next slide, Tom. These are proposed intake expansions showing some changes and potential modifications, including the Sally Port, additions to the intake and housing area as well, and then looking at our current medical. As I mentioned earlier, we need more room in those specific areas. We have already been in contact and had several firms come in and do a walkthrough of our facility. And as part of our future expansion, we wanted to do a kind of an outside assessment of some of those needs and how we can better utilize existing room and what we can do to hopefully minimize the need to create a great deal more construction. But I think at this point, there is going to be the need to have additional construction out there. Next slide, Tom. Here's another look at how we could potentially modify or add to our existing facility. Adding a new intake and release unit, again, that are separate or walled apart, and then a new medical unit, which would provide the bulk of the additional space that we would need for that. Next slide, Tom. Pathways, I mentioned earlier that you have received a briefing on that. That program, our grant is in, awaiting approval at this point. We feel it will be a benefit to us. Next slide, Tom. We feel Pathways will provide that benefit and allow us to reduce recidivism and utilizing grant funds to actually pay for this program. Again, it is adjacent to the existing jail, which is a requirement of the grant, and not housed inside the jail. We have a significant amount of space in there for the various service providers. And at over 3,000 square feet, we feel this was more than adequate to address the needs and the amount of different service providers that it would take. Next slide, Tom. This is a general diagram of what the capabilities are in this Pathways building right now. And we feel that this will be a successful program. I think all of you have heard and seen Exodus, and we feel that Pathways has the same capability of success in reducing recidivism within the Coconino County Detention Facility. So with that, if you have any questions, I would certainly be glad to try to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Driscoll. Appreciate the overview on this. And members of the board, do you have any questions at this time for Sheriff Driscoll?
Madam Chair, if I could.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Hey, Sheriff, Jim. When I'm looking, good afternoon. Good to see you, Jim. Hey, as I look at the pictures where you put the white boxes in, or white polygons in there, are they two different versions that I'm looking at? I just get a little bit confused when I'm seeing medical unit on the second one down to the, I guess that would be the east, and then you have the other photo where you're showing it. I thought I saw it in the upper corner. Am I mixing those two up? Anyway, could you clarify just a little bit? Just
Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan, yes, they're just different renditions.
Okay.
Of how, based on the different groups that have come in to take, a cursory look of what we have. And the ultimate design is probably still somewhere out there, but these are just possibilities of space that we have that we can reconfigure, or some of it is construction. So yeah, we're looking at several possibilities, but we're also bringing in this outside group to look at process flow too. Is there some things we can do internally to make us more efficient and still minimize the amount of new construction that we would have to do, but still, gaining the video cords, still gaining the number of single cells in that holding unit, where that's the real critical place right now, where, again, the high risk inmates are initially brought in. So yeah, there's a number of different ways, and probably more that we will see before we settle on a what we think will work. So thank you.
Because I knew there were a couple other concepts that were out there that it didn't say, specifically displayed. So it gives us at least a general overview of need.
And I guess that's a question I have too, just on keying off of what Supervisor Ryan indicated. It does seem like a general overview of need, but do we have any breakdown on costs on this? Because that obviously is of a major concern.
Madam Chair, a general cost based on what we have been told was 15 to 18 million on this to do the ones involving the construction.
You're talking about for all of it, is that correct?
Yes, for all the changes that we have indicated.
And I don't know if you do happen to, Sheriff, have it broken down, that would be helpful. I mean, we're going to hear, and all we've heard from every single department is substantial need. And by the way, every single one is substantial need. I mean, I think there has been probably substantial need for facilities deficits, and also for facility changes that needs to be made all across the county. And so I think it'd be helpful to get a breakdown of what we're looking at here. 15 to 18 million is a big chunk to be looking at, but possibly some of these are things that we can take a smaller bite at the apple to start with, and as we move forward. So it would be helpful, at least for me and possibly for the rest of the board, if you happen to have a breakdown on this.
Well, Madam Chair, as soon as we have that ability, we're very concerned about it too. You know, we have the repair and replacement fund within the jail district, and we know that there are going to be future needs as well. And I don't desire to deplete that any more than anybody else does. But we want to be frugal as best we can, but to still do the things that we need to do to keep our inmates safe, our staff safe, and most importantly, the community. So we will get those to you. I mean, the minute that we can, and the minute that we have some, I guess, some decisions or making some decisions, we'll get those to you.
That'd be very helpful, Sheriff Driscoll. And we know you all are working your very hardest for the health and safety of our community. So thank you very much. So, any other
Madam Chair?
questions? Yes.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Judy. Yes, Judy.
Along the lines of the estimated costs or possible costs, estimated. Possibly because of all, I know we're going to be doing the budget here shortly again, and I think it would be good, you know, just like you said, piecemealing maybe, taking little by little, you know, because it gets overwhelming if it's a big amount. Maybe there could be prioritize, and I think that would be something that I would like to see if possible in each of the departments, not necessarily just this one here. What is the real number one need? You know, maybe we can do something with that. So I just wanted to add that in.
Okay, Madam Chair, Supervisor Begay, certainly, I think the safety of all involved is the highest priority. But you know, we're getting also some requests from the courts to be able to do some additional things that will help the courts. So, you know, we're kind of getting squeezed from a couple of directions, and we'll certainly deal with that. And but prioritizing those things is something that we will always do, and we will keep the board, I think, advised at every step along the way.
And if I may just jump in, part of the information on the final session is to bring numbers to the board as we know them, very high level, ballpark. Depending on the specific projects for unfunded projects at this point, we intend to bring that on the third session.
And I see Sue Brown has her hand up as well. So Sue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add, there will be a lot of information in these last 3 sessions that we will bring, and we're starting off with a need. And that's what you do with capital facilities planning, is you define first your need, then you do prioritization, and then you look at your funding capabilities. And of course, with many different users, we have many different strains of funding that are possible. And that's what we're going through. So what we're introducing is sort of a full county-wide perspective for the board. And then as we go through them, these are not necessarily today asks. We are simply giving the board context today so that they understand the spectrum of need across the county. And then most likely what we will do is department by department, as these are in some cases cooked a little bit more, the concepts, the ideas are more fulfilled, we'll bring them back based on the information that we get from the board in our 5th session. We'll make some recommendations in that 5th session about how to proceed overall. And then we'll bring them back as we move forward on those recommendations, should the board agree with them. And we can adjust those as well. But so these things that you will hear from our folks today are the very great context of everything. And then Tom will finish up also with the smaller department context, the smaller facilities context as well, that aren't quite as large, but in some cases it affects a broad range of programs. So I just wanted to add that out. You can see when you start to look at these, it can kind of get overwhelming just with one project. When you hear a $15 to $18 million price tag, facilities are very costly, surely. And that's why we're kind of building the context for all of these things. And then we'll wrap it at the end on the 5th session. We'll make some recommendations, and then we'll come back more specifically as we work on those priorities. I hope that helps to contextualize.
Well, it does. However, and I look forward to more information, and I certainly appreciate the overview. And certainly, I think many of us have heard from Sheriff Driscoll on some of the needs in the past. And so it's not a surprise. Quite frankly, nor is the price tag a surprise. But I think what we need and would be very helpful is a breakdown on costs with the priorities, and then also possibility of where this money may be coming from. If in fact the jail district has funding available for some of this, it'd be good to know that. If for example, we have infrastructure funds that we could be utilized in this way, or that could be utilized in this capacity, we need to know that. If there are ARPA funds that we have available, we just need a breakdown on that.
Sure, and some of those projects, they actually don't have a cost associated with them yet because they're in concept. So you do some preliminary work, much like the sheriff has done with this particular issue. And then there are some estimated dollars that can go along with that. But when they are at the concept level, they may not always have dollars, or the concept may not have been fully costed, or those kinds of things. So where available, absolutely, we can provide.
Very good. Thank you. I appreciate that, Deputy County Manager. Any other questions or comments from the board? Otherwise, we will move on.
Yes, I just want to add.
Yes, I'm sorry, Supervisor Fowler.
This is Lena. Thank you. And yes, this is not new when it comes to facility planning for the Sheriff's Department. With the technology, the need for more technology, I'm just wondering if that, I know it's part of all this plan, but I don't know if that, how that is added into this, these plans. And the other is that, when we have more expanded facilities, sometimes it comes with more staff. So it may be something that we have to consider as well. So if there's staffing that increase because of these expanded facilities, then, that impacts our budget. And so just thought I'd mention that. So thank you.
Thanks so much for your comments, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments?
Sure.
Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yeah, my curiosity is on the map that shows the areas for the expansion, those areas in white, are those already existing buildings, or is that on the right? Okay, that answered my question right there. The Sally Port and the I guess intake area, those would be new builds, not repurposed area building.
The white would be new construction.
Gotcha. All right, thank you. No, I appreciate the presentation. I look forward to seeing the pathways to community building design once it gets in. I think that's truly important. And as we're looking at costs, there's a lot of costs across the board, as has already been mentioned. And hopefully we can find ways to piece it together and take the priorities first and slowly build into the things that are required, not just by the Sheriff's Department, but also Parks and Rec and all the other departments we're looking at. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other comments?
If Madam Chair, if I could add one more thing.
Absolutely, sure.
A couple of years ago, we were looking at a very similar kind of change and in addition and construction. And at that point, the preliminary estimate from some of the people who looked was 8 million. So to have it double just in the past 3 years is incredible. But I think all of you are seeing that everywhere. Construction has just gone through the roof, and we're certainly no exception here. When just about 3.5 or 4 years ago, the estimate was 8 million.
Yeah, it doesn't go down in price ever.
No.
It's always escalating. So, all right, then please proceed, Tom.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. So I'd like to bring in our courts folks here. We have Honorable Presiding Judge Slayton. We have Clerk of the Superior Court Wyatt and Court Administrator Yates with us today that are going to present on some of the needs for specifically the Downtown Justice Center. Judge Slayton.
Thank you, Tom. Chair Horstman, members of the board, County Manager Peru. Thank you for this chance to begin a process that I started when I became the presiding judge a couple of years ago. I start with the kind of the philosophical phrase that I think we all agreed to is we need to know where we've been in order to know where we need to go. Not exactly an astute saying. I think it's one, though, that we all agree with. The last facility that we had, renovation of the facility, started back around 1994, 1995. And it involved an evaluation of the courthouse itself. What I'm asking the board to consider today is a project that's never before been considered. And that is the building of a judicial center that would house the trial courts, the clerk of court, the justice courts, county attorney's office, public defender, legal defender, and adult probation, which in essence would be a full service judicial center. In order to try and get some sort of framework on this, when I first became the presiding judge, and with the permission of the board, Sharon Yates and I contacted the National Center for State Courts, I'll refer to them as NCSC, and had them do an evaluation, a physical footprint of what that type of judicial center would look like. They undertook a very extensive study with all of the departments that I just mentioned, and came up with that study. And it is based upon that study that I'm asking the board to consider, again, a project that has not, I think, ever been considered in several ways. And that is a full service judicial center. Going to the past, Tom, we'll go to the first slide. Back in 1995, the County Board of Supervisors decided to keep our courthouse downtown instead of building near the detention center out in the Sawmill area or across from the jail, police, and sheriff's buildings. Due to budget concerns, the project was pared down to 80% of what the court's needs were at that time. So that was in 1995. We got 80% of what was projected we needed. Did not include any future growth for our courts. Did not include any plans to address the increase in parking. Did not address security concerns for judges, for victims, for family members of defendants and victims and witnesses. We all walk the same hallway. Go ahead with the next slide, Tom. This was a letter that was written by Judge Coker to the chair, Tony Gavaldon. And Judge Coker, I think, was pretty specific and future oriented. He wrote, "I'm having trouble enough accepting that we are building a courthouse downtown that will be obsolete in a few years. Given the information we now have on eventually having to build a new jail, does it make sense to lock us into building both the courthouse and jail downtown where there's little room to expand and the costs of construction and land are so much higher?" That was written in May 1st of 1995. Later on, Judge Coker, who was the presiding judge at that time, wrote, "What about future divisions? I know that the board doesn't want to be responsible for spending millions of dollars on a building that is barely adequate for present use and has no room to grow. We all would rather be remembered for our foresight and planning for the future rather than committing to a plan that will result in tremendous costs and inefficiency in future years. All studies that have been done show that the courts must remain together with the clerk in the jail. if we assume that the building has a use life of 30 years, shouldn't it be planned to eventually house 10 courts or at least have the capacity to expand to that size? I know this goes back to the decision of locating the courthouse downtown. The question I have posed from day one is, where downtown can a court building be built that will allow for future needs of the court? That was written September 14th of 1995 to Chair Gabaldon. And that is a point that I want to impress to the board. We cannot remain downtown. The choice is either we will try and renovate downtown and split up the courts and split up the other partners, or we will plan and envision a future where we have everyone together in a full judicial center. Right now, Tom will take the next slide. We have no room for growth or expansion. There are increasing parking issues and concerns. The lack of courtrooms, increased filings and trials, as I'm sure the board is already aware. And again, I am so ever grateful for the board for approving Division 7 for us. We are getting Division 7 situated, but we have no trial courtrooms for Division 7. We actually, we're utilizing the space we have to create another office for the judge for Division 7. In this case, we have security issues. We cannot address the security issues in the current building that we have now. Again, we're running out of office space. We have small and inadequate lobby areas. Originally, just so you're aware, the county courthouse was a 60 by 60 foot building 108 years ago. It was built in 1894, and what you see today, we're about 56,000 square feet. We have 5 elected divisions. We have 2 pro tem divisions of Superior Court, and what I'm talking about is the actual facility that we have here now. I'm not talking about juvenile court. That's a different issue, and I'm not bringing that to the board at this time. We're the 4th oldest courthouse in Arizona. So I want to make sure that we're aware where we are and what I'd like to ask the board to consider. Tom, if you'll go forward to the next slide. We have the National Center for State Courts, or NCSC, facility study. The highlights were showing that the lobby and public spaces are significantly undersized. We have a confusing floor plan, little to no flexibility for growth. Court offices are small and lack sufficient space. We have no distinct circulation systems. The staff is required to share office space due to limited space, and we have lack of attorney-client conference space. Next slide, Tom. Again, these are issues that we have regarding security concerns as well. As you can see, the downtown, this is the downstairs lobby area where you first come in. On the other side of the hallway there, I think we may have pictures. Tom, yeah, let me see. No, go back to that one if you would, please, Tom. On the other side of that far wall, that's where we have the Flagstaff Justice Court, the 2 courtrooms, and that is where we do a tremendous amount of the preliminary hearings, where we have the defendants here. It's actually, Tom, if you move that, it's the slide to the left there as you're looking at it. That can be as crowded, almost as crowded as what you see in that lobby, where you have 60 defendants, attorneys, victims, sometimes witnesses, also in that small area, all together. And so what we are looking at is, again, as the NCSC showed, we've run out of room. And I would submit to you that what Judge Coker saw nearly 30 years ago is what I'm asking the board to consider what is going to happen in the next 30 years. And that is, we are only going to get bigger. There will only be more defendants, more victims, more cases, more trials over the next 30 years. Tom, next slide, please. Again, you can see the lack of space. We've cut down our law library, for example. We've taken away one of the reading rooms so that we can put Division 7 there for the juries. Tom, next slide, please.
Judge, if I may, can we go back to the slide? I just wanted to explain security there.
Sure.
So in the first picture, the far left picture, that is the area where that door that Tom's circling there, that's where our inmates, our in custody inmates come through. So they come through that door, they go down those stairs, and this is public area. Sometimes we do have Flagstaff Justice Court defendants waiting right there by that ramp, by that trash can there. And so you can see these defendants, in custody defendants, are coming in through a public area. And then to the right of that picture, you'll see right below the exit sign there, that's the elevator that they come upstairs on. And this is a public hallway. You'll see our TV off to the left hanging on the wall. That's where our digital calendar is. So sometimes we do have people, victims, witnesses, family members, looking at the calendar right there, and they're being transported right through that public hallway area. The next picture to the right is our family court division. And a lot of times our families are waiting in that area. Right behind that middle door, yes, there is a holding cell for those individuals who we need to hold in custody defendants. And so you can see the picture to the right of that is our holding cell. We have one. And so individuals who are held in that cell and come out for a court hearing, they're going to walk through, I call it the lobby area, so to speak, outside our family court division, right, and through the public areas to get to whatever division that they need to go to. So you can see huge security concerns.
Yeah, let me also just, Tom, if you go over to the far left picture again. So as they come in that door, if you go down the stairs and you turn to your left, that's the jury assembly room. That's where we have 100, 150 jurors assembling in the same location where we have the defendants and victims and families assembling as well. Tom, when you go up to the family area right there, please understand that I wish that all the family cases were nice cases, but you have people with children that are having very difficult times, and they sit across from each other, or they may come just on the other side, as like you're walking away from that middle door. They'll sit down there, but well within sight and earshot of each other. So this is what we're looking at with some of the security concerns that we have. Tom, next slide. This is where our staff are at. This is a difficult area, not only for all of the judicial staff, and I include the clerk's office, the clerks, and the staff as well.
So Judge, if you don't mind, so you can see here on the far left, we have, this is court administration's break area. You can see how much we've been very creative and flexible with our space. We needed to add some more workspace. So you can see that we added workspace right next to our break area, kitchen area. So the far two left pictures, that's that area there. And then the middle picture on the top, that's one of our core IT offices. We have lack of storage space for all of our IT equipment, so it ends up in his office. And so you can see there's a lot of equipment there. And then below that picture, you'll see a hallway. This is where our jury deliberation rooms are. But off to the left, you'll see, yep, thank you, Tom. Right there, that is where the Flagstaff Constable's office is. And so you can see how small that office is. And I know it holds a constable and a deputy constable right next to our jury deliberation rooms. The pictures on the far right, the top one, in court administration, we needed additional space. So we turned an office into 2 workstations. It turned out really, really good. We do have individuals who work from home. And so
were able to utilize it for multiple staff, but they still have their own little area where they can have, store their files or whatever else they need. Below that picture is, Clerk Wyant may be able to explain it a little better, but that's the break area that both the Clerk of Superior Court staff share with the Flagstaff Justice Court. So we're speaking approximately 50 individuals share this break area. And those two doors that are right there, those are restrooms right in the break area.
Right. Thanks, Sharon. Next slide, Tom. Please, if you will.
If you don't mind, I'll go ahead and take these slides. This is my office. This is the clerk's office, file room, and exhibit storage areas. So as you can see on the picture that's on the far left, that is our downstairs exhibit storage for our clerk's office. We have two smaller storage facilities upstairs for exhibits, but they are just this jam-packed. So you will hear in my budget presentation a little bit more about this in the weeks to come. We are implementing a digital evidence repository, but we still need to take care of the retention and the destruction, if you will, and release of some of these exhibits to free up some of that space. And then in the middle picture, that is just showing our growth. We have a scan station that is set up that also houses multiple file folders. Those folders that are on the top are just this last 2 years protective order cases. The top picture is just another hallway that's just adjacent to Division 2 and Division 5. And it's just, again, showing that our core IT individuals don't have room for storage. So things sometimes will sit in the hallways just because we need some temporary placement. And then again, on the bottom, that is still my file room. That's my safe down in the bottom where we keep our nightly monies and whatnot. And then the microfilm rolls have also added additional storage on top with boxes and whatnot. And we're just busting at the seams, if you will. Thank you.
Thank you, Val. Appreciate it. This is Division 6. This is where Judge Steinlage is at. There's no, this is actually looks bigger than it actually is. This is where we have hearings. We are down the one on, that's the big center one. The one on the left is Justice Court. Is that right? Is that the Justice Court one?
Yes, Judge, that's correct. The one off to the left is Division 1 of the Flagstaff Justice Court. And the reason why we put it into this presentation is to show you another security issue we do have. So you'll see that door in the back there. So there's another door where I'm taking this picture. That is a secured hallway where the judge's offices are and our court manager's office. In order for another judge to get to the other courtroom, they either have to walk straight through this courtroom, same with staff, because in that back area is the filing room that goes into the staff area and then goes into the other courtroom. So if a judge is utilizing Division 1 in Flagstaff Justice Court, and the other judge need to utilize Division 2, they either have to walk through proceedings, which they don't do, or they walk through that public lobby. In the first slide, we showed the picture. They have to walk through that public lobby area to get to the staff area, to get to the courtroom, or they got to walk outside and go around, but they still have to get into public space in order to get to courtroom 2. So it's not very functional how it's set up currently.
Next slide, Tom. So what I'm asking the board to do is an invitation really to envision the future. We're looking for a judicial center that will accommodate growth over the next 30 years and possibly even further, address parking, address security issues for the judiciary and the public, give us adequate office and public space, adaptable, versatile, and reusable. We want to have the technology integrated in this. I appreciate Supervisor Fowler's point on utilizing technology. That is something that we are very definitely interested in expanding, given what we've learned from the past pandemic, if you will. It needs to be functional. One of the things that I have advocated for is that judges are no longer associated with our courtrooms. When I was a prosecutor and you were saying Division 3, you always knew that it was Judge Coker and you would be in Judge Coker's courtroom. The federal system, I think, is a better system. Basically, you have the judges' chambers, and then you have trial courtrooms on the outside that the public can access, and those trial courtrooms are scheduled as the trials are necessary. We also want to address environmental and societal needs and expectations. As the pandemic has shown us, we really, really need to be oriented towards that. The Judicial Center was actually, part of the recommendation that was made by the former county manager, Jimmy Jane. I originally envisioned the NCSC study just simply looking at the court. Former county manager Jane said, why don't we look at a full judicial center, a full service judicial center? So we have the NCSC study, as I indicated. Tom, the next slide. The single judicial center concept will offer convenience for all citizens who must seek relief and assistance from several departments on one day. An opportunity to address parking and security concerns for all citizens and employees. And a planned room for expansion for all justice partners. I put this last sentence in here. I debated whether I should or I shouldn't. But one of the things that I've thought about, and after speaking with County Manager Peru and Supervisor Ryan, one of the things that I was interested in was whether or not we could look at having a co-located facility with the federal court, because we utilize certain joint facilities and programs. To that end, after speaking with County Manager Peru and Chair Ryan, or at the time, Chair Ryan, I went down and met with Judge Murray Snow, who is the presiding judge, if you will, for the Arizona Federal District Court. And he is absolutely 100% committed to seeing if we cannot work together to achieve a co-located facility. The federal courts, as I'm sure some of you may know, have outgrown their building just catty corner from our courthouse, and they're planning on building a new federal magistrate court as well as a federal district court trial court. Judge Snow also wants to have it as a full center, so he wants to have federal probation, the federal public defender, and hopefully the U.S. Attorney's Office there as well in one facility. So having said that, I'm open for any questions. This is something that, again, I hope I've presented a vision of what we hope to look at, so I look forward to any questions or any concerns or comments.
Chair Horstman, if I may, real quick, we have two more departments.
I know.
To present, and I'm not sure how much time you have. We have about 15 minutes left for the scheduled presentation. So
I know.
You should never let attorneys start talking.
Well, that might be true, Judge. So, but the truth of the matter is these are all really important. And I was very afraid when I saw that there were just 90 minutes for this with what we had, that it would be very difficult to accomplish it in such a short period of time. I think these are important, and I do want to hear, even if I would ask board members to keep their comments short, but I would like to hear from board members. So anybody, Vice Chair Vasquez.
Sure. My curiosity is if the route that is chosen is to co-locate with the federal court, what would be the ideal location for that co-location?
That's a great question, Vice Chair Vasquez. What I hope to do, and what Judge Snow is hoping for as well, and I think in consideration with the jail, we want to move on the other side of the tracks to whatever is available and whatever may be the closest area that we may be able to locate to the jail.
Great, thank you.
Any other comments from supervisors? I would make one, Judge, and I know this is something that's been discussed here for a while. Has this been something that's been discussed with the local Coconino County Bar Association as well to get their input?
No. And I appreciate the conversation that we had a few days ago. Our bar has expanded beyond belief in terms of people who practice over the last 30 years. And so where originally one of the concerns back in 1995 was allowing the bar to be able to have easy access to the clerk's office for their filing, to have access to the courts. We're now very much involved with e-filing, electronic filing that can be done from an attorney's office. And we're also looking at the increase in bar members all over the county, members all over the place coming up, especially from out of county as well.
Thank you. And I know we'll be talking about this a lot more, but oh, and one last question then, in terms of the federal court, joining with the federal courts, has there been a commitment with the federal courts at all to help to fund the judicial center?
No, because what they're looking at is funding their own judicial center. What we would have to be looking at is looking at land and then determining based upon the land and the location and the cost of what it would take for our facility as opposed to the federal facility, how those costs, what costs can be shared, and what costs would belong specifically to the federal court, what would specifically belong to the county.
Thank you, Judge. Once again, we certainly see a need across the county and certainly appreciate your advocacy on behalf of the court system. So thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you all for your time.
Yes. Any other questions, or can we
if I may.
Yes, Supervisor
And I'd
Ryan.
like to also.
Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Judge. When I was looking at this, initially I was thinking out of context after hearing your presentation. I see how you're presenting it, because I'm looking at quotes from '95, but it wasn't until 1997 that we put together between then and 2000, putting the health department building in a pay-as-you-go, where we realized that it would probably take us another 25 years to even build to the needs that date back to almost the early 90s associated with it. So instead, what we did with the board is we moved forward with a financing opportunity instead, and that's how we went through different building pieces and elements that you mentioned. We had mediation occur. We couldn't do it all, but what could we do to address the needs with what we could provide money for? So it wasn't perfect, but we did work through it. The other piece that's changing continually is security need has changed so much over the years. So it does modify that type of discussion. Do appreciate the analysis by National Center for State Courts in the facility needs study, because it's trying to look from that particular area of consideration, I guess I should say, with that. The piece that we're going to have to wrestle through is we need to hear the financial, as we discussed earlier. We know we were looking at financials a few years ago, and for my gosh, I forget how many years, but we were projecting putting together financing for $25 million to deal with King Street. And that would have been pretty much the money that we had. So they are important pieces of the discussion. And I hear you in terms of expansion downtown. Actually, Liz Archuleta and I came in and tested that board at the time. We thought it would be good to have a co-location with the jail. Quorum decision was no. let's, and part of it was the bar. The local bar didn't want to see the facility move away from where they had established their offices downtown. So those are, sounds like we're going to repeat some of those discussions and see where they are. It's really important, and for what facilities is putting together right now, so that we at least understand the needs associated with what you're wrestling with right now as we look at the bigger picture on this. So really appreciate that. And part of the, the discussion, as you noted, Judge, is the federal court, part of the question was, is there an opportunity? Well, we won't know if we don't have a discussion with federal courts. So why not have that conversation? We did ask the question, do they have money? And yeah, they would be focused on their own area, obviously, and associated with that. But there's so much more to this conversation, and I know we're short on time. So
and we are short on time, but you're right. This is a huge conversation.
Yeah.
Just this one, not to mention the two previous ones.
Yeah,
So,
and the next ones. Yeah.
yeah,
So.
and thank you. And I know Supervisor Fowler has some words here too that she'd like to make.
Yes, thank you, Judge, and thank you, Sharon, and the team. So who moves out of downtown first, the Board of Supervisors or the courts? That's the question now. So this is an ongoing conversation. What a humongous plan, and I like to see how the financial, the budget, and just the finance, how it may be rolled out and how we might be able to do it, and who's going to donate the land where. So I think that's going to be, and then I will go and have lunch and quietly just approve. But yes, this is a great vision. And Judge Croker is still part of our team and coming up with these ideas. And yes, we tried to partner with the city, and they decided not to partner with us. They were all excited there for a while, and somehow we popped their bubble and didn't happen. So maybe the federal courts now, it only makes sense to bring them together. So I just, I like to see it happen and see how, we have to keep on planning and see how it'll come to be. So thank you, and really appreciate your vision and your planning, and just really always trying to see how to come together. And then, as I always say, where does the state come in? These are state courts. How do we get them to pay? Maybe they'll pay for the whole facility, land and all. So, I think that, it can't be just on the counties. I really believe that the states need to take back and start paying their fair share instead of just putting everything on the county and expecting the county to for us to pay for everything. And then on the other side, cutting our authority and our ability to be able to run these programs. So thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor Fowler. Anyone else? All right, and then we're our next one, Tom, and I know that we are going to really run out of time, and I don't know, County Manager, if we want to have this as our last one, and then move the, I think it's Public Works. Is that correct?
Madam Chair,
tell me what you'd like us to do. Well, we're ready to do whatever we need to.
I think we should run the list, go through it all, because otherwise, let's just keep going. Well, we'll adjust on the other items, but let's keep going.
Thanks, County Manager. All right, Tom, take it away.
Excellent. So let's bring HHS up. Director Musselman is going to give us a brief overview of the needs of a department that has gone through a lot of changes over the last couple of years, for sure, and have provided very important services to our citizens. Take it, all yours, Kim.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Chair Horseman, Board of Supervisors. Appreciate the opportunity to spend a few minutes with you and share some comments, as well as add some additional context to the needs of the HHS King Street facility, specific to the remodel. And just want to start out by stating, this really is about building for the future, and ultimately then remodeling the building for the future. So just wanted to lead with that. As we looked at the programs and services that are provided by HHS, it is really the primary goal of HHS to meet the community needs that are identified in the community needs and community health assessments, and to address the ongoing COVID-related impacts, future public health emergencies and outbreaks, while hopefully remaining as nimble as we possibly can, while we learn from our experiences and also receive the research related to long-term impacts with respect to COVID and other issues related to the pandemic. So with that being said, the programming that we did, and I know you all had a presentation a few weeks ago with DLR, who had designed, put forth some design options, talked about the programming that they did with multiple departments, but specifically speaking about the programming with Health and Human Services. One of the things that I would just like to point out, and as I listened to the presentation by DLR, was, when we were doing that programming, we were in the very height of COVID. We hadn't even gotten to the point of having vaccinations, any of those things. We were just responding in the true crisis moment. And at the same time, asking all of the staff to sit down and talk about what their programming needs were and space needs were for the future. And while I think staff did a phenomenal job in spite of everything that was going on, I think that there was also definitely some pieces that were missed, and that especially now, because at the time that programming was done, many of the programs weren't even providing their services in the way that they had provided them in the past, because they were working in the pandemic. So there has been a lot learned just in the last year in terms of when we went to this hybrid type of model of providing services and utilizing virtual means as well as in-person means. And so it's really about taking an opportunity to, because we know a lot more today, and being able to really apply what our new service provision looks like, our hybrid model of service provision, and then ultimately looking at what our future needs are, especially around our clinic, our health clinic and lab related services, other things that may include, mental health related services, additional employment and job training, and lots of other things that may come out of and that are already starting to become evident with respect to the COVID related research of longer term impacts on our citizens' health overall. As the slide is up here with respect to the remodel of the existing building, the model that we're showing here on this slide is just specifically addressing the King Street building and the remodel. And of course, wanting to have a design that not only meets our clients' needs, but our community needs, as well as our staff needs. And so with that being said, one of the things that we've talked about in this initial design includes a drive-through. And as we've been learning over the course of even the last year and a half, and as we're bringing vaccinations back inside of King Street, there's really a need for not just a single drive-through. When you think about the different type of services that could be provided without requiring families and others to get out of their vehicle to receive them, there's clinic related services, and then there's other health and human service related services that are very separate. And so really looking at the opportunity to enhance that type of service provision. The other piece that I would just point out on here before touching on just a couple other things is this rendition actually shows that outdoor space off there to the right of that diagram there. And it's, really wanting to emphasize how important from a health and human services perspective it is to have outdoor space for not only our community enhancement, but also for our employee well-being, that space there and on the footprint of where King Street is and HHS is really something that from a future perspective has a lot of potential for how we provide services, utilizing the outdoor space to provide other types of, God forbid, future pandemic response type of outdoor services, but also more on the positive note of having those spaces available for not only services, but also for the surrounding community to be able to utilize. Really, the only couple other things that I want to add, and I know we're short on time, is that as we are looking to create the building for the future, while we are building for the future, is really our opportunity to look more closely at the trends and that forecast, but also to not lose momentum behind all the good work that has been done with the programming, with the DLR designs, with the remodel in particular. I know there's a lot of decisions that have to be made about other departments and where to move them, and do we add other things to King Street. And the one piece that I would just advocate for is that whatever gets considered, that certainly at Health and Human Services, we would appreciate the acknowledgement that we want to be careful and mindful of how we're combining or considering combining lobby spaces of really disparate types of services in terms of the clientele that we serve primarily through Health and Human Services. I think that really needs to be a strong consideration as we move forward, and just really appreciate the board and all of the thoughtful consideration that goes into these difficult and major financial decisions, and just appreciate the opportunity to share with you. And I'm going to go ahead and end there and save us a little bit of time unless there's any other questions or comments that I can add. Thank you.
Thanks, Kim. And that was pretty clear and concise, so appreciate that very much. Other board members, any comments you'd like to make? All right, I don't see anybody bubbling up. So with that, Tom, let's proceed, and thanks, Kim, very much.
Excellent. Well, yeah, thank you very much, Kim. I'd like to, so we're going to turn over to Public Works here, and I believe Deputy County Manager Andriani and Mr. Ray Garcia are going to be presenting. And Ray is a relatively new county employee, so I just wanted to give a shout out and welcome him. And he's been amazing to work with in the last couple of weeks that I've had conversations with him. So it's your show, Ray, or if Lucinda is on. I don't. Oh, there she is. You're still muted, Lucinda.
We do see the PowerPoint. We don't hear you, Lucinda. We still see the PowerPoint, but don't hear you. I think County Manager just went in to check on her office, so we'll give a second and see.
Madam Chair, I believe we're affecting a switch. I believe Lucinda's going to the County Manager's office, and we will.
That's all right.
That's an audible. Perfect. I love the audibles. I thought Ray was going to have to take over as been with the county for a couple of weeks.
Poor Ray. Yeah.
Hey, Lucinda.
So thank you, Steve. Sorry about that. I got the spinning and it wasn't going anywhere. So thank you. And thank you, Tom, for engaging the departments in this discussion. I think it's a really important opportunity, and certainly we'll keep it brief today because, we will utilize our budget time too to talk about what's on the landscape for public works and facilities. And but first up, we have been planning ahead in terms of major facility needs that we've had, and certainly Supervisors Fowler and Ryan. And we need to get the rest of you out there as well to do a tour, but did a tour a few years ago. And
we've got a facility in excess of 40 years old, and it's really, it's becoming, I will say, an albatross, because one, it's a sink for funding the repairs, but two, it's just not meeting the needs in terms of actually how we need to perform. And you look at the new city public works facility and you just see a far more efficient delivery, particularly of the maintenance of the vehicles and equipment. Facilities are just far more efficient and far safer. I mean, and we have done some life safety improvements. And there'll be a pretty significant component of life safety to the funding that we're proposing for FY23, that $5.5 million, which, by the way, back to the sheriff's comments about costs, that went in less than a year from about 3 million to 5.5. You know, these life safety elements are really crucial. That, and you'll see that. Ray will hit the high points, but a couple points I want to make. One, we started a discussion like this a couple of years ago, kind of pre-COVID, as you're all, I think, aware, which was kind of motivated initially by King Street. And at that time, there was a discussion, if we moved forward with a financing opportunity, that that Public Works would also utilize. So important to remember that this is not general fund money. All of our facilities are funded through the transportation fund. So, and will remain so going forward, is the goal, of course, not to impact the general fund. That said, if there is a desire to invest in facilities and potentially finance those investments, then I think there's an opportunity to partner, so to speak, with both sets of funding, because frankly, the more you borrow, the less you pay per unit, right? Because borrowing costs are what they are. The smaller you pay, they become very large percentage. And so I think it behooves the county always to think about, what do we do to get that to a point where we pay less per unit? So that's an important thing to remember as we march this forward. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ray again. He's just going to hit some high points. There's a fair amount of detail in these slides. We're not going to get into that today. You can certainly review that. If anyone has comments or questions afterward, we're happy to answer those. And in the future, as we start to move through these proposed projects, obviously you'll be hearing a lot more detail. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ray. Thank you. Oh, Ray, your mic is not good. Something's wrong. You may have to go out and go back in again. Go ahead and circle out. I'll go ahead and go to the next slide, Tom. I'll start down the path here and then he can jump in. This next slide is just a listing of what we did accomplish so far this year, and we intend to accomplish. The major focus is the renovation of the heavy equipment shop, which is really needed for significant safety improvements as well as operational improvements. You can go to the next slide. Again, focus for this coming year is finalizing the design and the construction. We're in a process now of selecting the contractor through a CMAR process for that project. And this is the elements that will be incorporated there. You can see, like, all the fluids, for example, are in the operating area, including where we have a very sophisticated welder fabricator, which frankly, he's amazing. And he saves us like probably hundreds of thousands of dollars annually, but it's very unsafe to have those joint operations, frankly. I mean, we need to really improve that situation. He's very safe, fortunately, but it's not a good situation. Next slide, Tom. And this is additional items that'll be included in with that project. And then the other project of focus for next year
is we have some really significant drainage and parking issues in the area around the buildings, and that's compromising the buildings as well. And that, in addition to moving the fleet more toward EV charging stations, is going to necessitate some investment there. So that's the second piece. Next year we'll be focused on designing those elements as well. And B3, these are facilities at the Sheep Hero facility here in Flagstaff. Moving to some additional things for and then moving into 24, you can see the list here. Some investments in the Williams facility. It's a bit of a younger facility, so we've done some improvements over there in the last several years. But there are some other things that do need to be improved there. And then beginning to move into design a new mechanical services shop renovation. That's the fleet services side, mechanical services side that maintains the fleet for the county, including the wash bay and some of the other things, which are also, frankly, not in a location that's is continuing to potentially compromise the main building. So then moving on to 2025, we'd move into the actual construction of renovating the mechanical services shop. Again, expanding the fire suppression over to that side of the shop. If we can't include it now in the current project, we have it slated to be a part of the project in the heavy equipment shop. And if we financially can make that happen to do both sides, we will, because that's something that's important, again, for safety. And then we'll begin to look at the administration area. It's a very old, archaic design, and that space could be used much more effectively. We also probably really need a small expansion there to better utilize what is there. Like one of the things, just it sounds like it's a nice to do, but none of our shop personnel no one in the building has anywhere to go to have lunch. So they all have lunch at their workstations. And when you work in a heavy equipment shop or in a mechanical shop, obviously that's not particularly appetizing with the, smoke in the air and other things. So one of the things we really want to try to do is figure out where we can get just a regular plain lunch space for people to be able to go have lunch and do that again in a safer, in a little bit nicer location, cleaner location. So, and then moving to 26, one of the other items in terms of a new facility that we've identified that we need is additional space for storing our equipment. And we want to do another barn to store more of our equipment. We've been investing in newer equipment with passage of Prop 403, and it would be better to be able to get more equipment covered and in a at least somewhat heated area for winter operations in particular. So, and there's some other things here that we want to pick up. If we don't pick up within the first few years of this plan, that we will pick up. The custodial areas is not good. I would classify it as terrible. We need to get in right now. One of the things Ray's looking at right now is what do we do to make that more functional. It's pretty dysfunctional right now for the poor custodians. So anyway, I think that kind of wraps it up. But again, we've got one of the other concepts that was put out a couple of years ago when we had an architect look at the facility was separating out the unleaded fuel, the gasoline fueling from diesel fueling, so we could separate out the traffic coming in from the county fleet
versus our equipment, as is again another important safety measure. That's a pretty big investment, but looking at relocating that gasoline fueling to the south side, we actually did have interest. FUSD is really, their goal is to convert their buses all to electric, but they will still have remaining vehicles that will be on gasoline. So they would probably be a partner in that project, although probably a small partner. But I think that's the last slide now, as I recall, Tom.
Yeah.
So with that, sorry, Ray, is there anything, Ray, that you want to add? He's been doing a great job jumping in and really taking ownership of this effort and starting to really more formalize some of the plans that we've had and moving our current project forward, working with the architect. So still bad. Wow. Huh, something.
I guess he doesn't have anything to add.
Sorry, Ray. So we need to figure out what's going on. So anyway, with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. And yeah, Ray, that usually only happens to our county managers. So I don't know, I guess it's catchy. So, and members of the board, any questions that you may want to ask Lucinda Andriani on her presentation? Any comments? Then with that, thank you very much. All of this has been, we appreciate all of the departments and your thoughtful review and analysis. You've got the board scratching their heads, I'm going to tell you that. And this is, it's hard for us. It's not that we don't acknowledge and recognize the great need. I can tell you I do, and I think I speak for every member of the Board of Supervisors on that. It's a matter of how we juggle the needs of our departments and facilities with our staffing needs and compensation needs, with the needs of our community. So this is, certainly a huge responsibility for us, and we appreciate your input and look forward to continuing the discussion as we move forward. So thank you very much. And I see Supervisor Ryan has bubbled up. Did you notice I'm using that term that you coined there, bubbling up? So Supervisor Ryan.
Looks like a roast to the top in the Brady Bunch area. Actually, just quickly, I encourage board members that haven't had a chance to go out and see the facilities. It'll give a better understanding of what it is, how our employees are situated, what the needs may be.
Madam Chair.
Yes, County Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and to the staff and courts for being here today. And certainly the chair does not understate it a bit. We have a lot of discussions and some analysis to do. And it comes down to choices. It's choices, priorities, and resources. Choices based on the options that are being presented here. And we still have another session to go with regard to facilities and master plan. So those are important choices. Priorities. It's priorities in terms of what is the greatest need the county has, and then resources. And the resources, of course, range everything from a P3 relationship to pay as you go, debt financing, and looking at all things we do have. And then when we factor these in addition to the other needs of the organization, in the next hour, I'm going to be presenting to you the beginning of a compensation strategy that is going to be, looking at investment in our talent, investment in our workforce, in areas that we have got to have. There are critical discussions to be had, and we are advancing, as you know, on today's agenda, a subset of a larger need with regard to compensation for the organization. And it gets down to, in the end, choices, resources, and priorities. And so, we're anxious and eager and frankly nervous to get to that point, but we need to, because again, that, the choices and the discussions that we have in the next hour with regard to compensation, but in the next few weeks with regard to compensation and facilities, these are decisions that will carry us for the next 30 to 40 years. And so certainly want to take the time, the energy, and the emphasis on doing good work in order to make sound and good decisions going forward. So thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board.
Thank you, County Manager. You just added to our sleepless nights. That's all I can say to you. So
You're sharing in what I do all the time. We all do. It's a good place. Thank you.
And I think we should take, before we go into the next one, which is another extensive presentation, I think we should take a 5-minute break. But before we do that, I don't want to leave this if there are other supervisors who would like to make any kind of closing comments on this. Any other supervisors like to make some? Can I see Supervisor Fowler?
This is Lena. Thank you. In all these plannings that we're doing, we've been looking at facility master plans from different views and through the years. And now we have technology that we really have to consider. We have to consider maybe that we were thinking that using the technology, it means maybe fewer space, or not having to need a more bigger facility and be more creative in that way. And so when we're talking about facility, we've got to really think about that. And I know you're all thinking about it, but I have to just say it out loud. Technology, staff, where the dollars are going to come from, what are the priorities, which ones are the ones that are in line. I know you're all doing that. We've done that with Sue's puzzle at one point, moving this building and the board over the hill to 4th Street, and we're trying to follow all those buildings around. And I just really appreciate all your work, because it takes a lot. And now with the changing times, and we don't know what that means, is still at this point, we're still in some kind of transition. And we're just going to have to really look at that to see, what does this mean? Where are we going to go, and how much? It's difficult to project 10 years into the future. So I just really appreciate your work, and I know that you're working from all fronts on this, but I just felt like I had to say it. Thank you. I really appreciate your thoughtful way of presenting all these, and a lot of passion and commitment to the community and providing better services. So I hear that, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor Fowler.
I like your haircut, Steve.
See, thank you. We're going to do a survey. Does he look short or long hair? It's kind of 50-50 right now, but I appreciate everyone's response.
It's just full circle now, right? Like,
I think we've just gone full circle. So
okay, with that, let's take a break.
On that, unless any other comments by supervisors.
I would like to make a comment, Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
I'm really happy with the departments doing their presentation, the Parks and Rec and the Sheriff's Office, the courts, and I always like to hear from Human and Health and Human Services, the Public Works, all of them. And so I'm just sitting here thinking, wow, I wish we had all the money to address this and that. I wish we could just move buildings around just like this and that, and make it more. I mean, it's just overwhelming in a way, but then it's good that these discussions are taking place, and I'm pretty sure it's been happening for some time. And then I guess it's the funding, and I'm really thankful that the Sue and Lucinda are really looking at the budgets in any way possible, plus the county, as to how we're going to be, what other funds that might be available. And so I'm really happy with that. And I think what other thing is that the city and the city council and the county, I think we really need to go hand in hand. It's going to get some used to, getting into meetings together, but we're serving all the same constituents within the Flagstaff area and around and the surrounding areas. And we really need to go back. I mean, we really need to get involved, and so that, that they may have some ideas, they may have some things that they can finally come up with, for us to do something in an area with or something. I don't know, but I'm just kind of thinking in those lines, but I enjoyed the presentations all afternoon, and I'm happy with the staff and, as far as where their thoughts are and how we're going to move on. And yes, technology is a big thing. And and then, yeah, 10 years from now, we don't know what it's going to be like. I remember, way back, we didn't have, we used to, homework, we used to have homework and at home, and we used to sit on top of the hill, and we'll use our finger to add things up in the sand, and that's how we got our answers. But now it's just like a punching here and there and it's done. So things like that, a lot has changed. And so I just want to say thank you for the presentations. I appreciate it, everything. And I just want to say thank you for your leadership, Steve, and your staff, and then also my colleagues for chipping in and, talking to the issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. I think with that, you have heard from all the members of the Board of Supervisors on this. And Tom, appreciate you bringing this forward, and to the department heads and presiding judge. Thank you so much for your input and your love and concern and care for our residents here in Coconino County. So thanks again. And with that, let's take a 5-minute break. And Tom, unless you have something else to say, I apologize.
We've gone on enough, and we have plenty of time on the 3-hour session, so.
All right, thanks, Tom. And let's take a 5-minute break. Bye. All right. I know we have a full meeting left, and we are definitely behind. So why don't we get moving forward on there? Do we have a quorum, County Manager? Oops, you're on mute.
We need to get folks pop up so we can see if they're in.
I'm here,
Vice
County
Chair.
Manager Steve.
Thank you, Lena. Lena's in. Judy, are you in?
Yeah.
She's in, okay. And then Matt, are you in? He's on his way.
Well, if he's on his way, why don't we get started? He'll probably be with us by the time we get started. Oh, there he is. See? Told you.
Yeah, I have my headphones on. I can hear everything, but I can't push the button upstairs, you know?
So we have
All
quorum.
right. Well, with that, and thank you all board members, and we're back for our rest of the presentation this afternoon. Next one is presentation discussion on the jail district financial overview. And County Manager, can you tell us who's going to take this?
Yes, and so Sheriff Driscoll and Lucinda Andriani will be co-presenting, and I see Sheriff is on, and he's there. And then Lucinda, are you on yet? And there we are. So
I am here.
They both had double duty this afternoon, didn't they?
Siri
Thank
will
you
be
for coming
presenting the financial slides.
Okay, so Siri needs to pop up.
Sheriff will kick it off. Great, thank you.
Okay, Lucinda, are you going to be putting up slides?
Well, that's a good question. Hey, Corey, are you on? Can you pull up the slides? Or Lindsay? Sorry, I didn't.
Okay. We'll figure. Yeah, we'll get it up.
We do have them in our packets, needless to say, but it'd be great if we can for the public.
Yeah, right. No, for sure. If I can get to it too really quickly. Now, after that episode of not wanting to, my computer just locked down. It just wasn't going to do anything. I had to do a hard shutdown to get anywhere. So there we go.
Lucinda, I have it in PDF format, but I don't have it in PowerPoint format, but it should be okay.
That's fine. Maybe it should be fine. And Corey, maybe while we're doing this, you can find the final. So.
Madam Chair, we need to resolve as the Board of Directors of the jail district.
That's right, and we actually had talked about this. Sorry about that. Yes, we do need to, at this point, I entertain a motion to resolve as the jail district Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
A motion.
Second
Motion by Vice Chair Vasquez, second. Second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor of resolving as a Board of Directors for the jail district, say aye.
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 It is unanimous. We are now the jail district Board of Directors. Please proceed.
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the board, once again, thank you for this opportunity to talk about our jail tax. And we will cover a number of things today in this essential overview. Talk about the financial history of the jail district. And I think I have a lot of years there, so I can give you some details about that, how it was formed, the ballot measure. And then Siri is here to provide the overview of our financials and talk about the 10-year financial plan. Then I'll be back to talk about consequences, and Lucinda will also talk about where we go from here and what I think we can anticipate. So with that, I'd like to move into some of the history of our jail district. And I know a lot of you, you can see the slide there, but I'm going to give you some very quick details that go a little farther back. In 1977, we had a fire in our jail. And back then we had foam mattresses and people were allowed to smoke in our jail and things like that. But as a result of that fire, we had a lawsuit. And it was the Davis versus Richards lawsuit. And at that time, we were sued by inmate Davis for overcrowding, for access to legal materials, and for a lack of exercise, outdoor exercise within our jail, and then a few other things. As a result of that lawsuit, we were placed under a consent decree, and which capped the population of our jail at 165. We had as many as 300 in our jail at that prior to that time. So that precipitated this need to form a district, or at least explore that idea of having a jail district and ultimately constructing a new facility. So in 1996, it was placed on the ballot with a 0.3 cent excise or sales tax, and with a 15-year life of that jail district. It just eked by with less than 1% of the votes on, and passed the 0.3 of a sales tax, and went into effect July 1, 1997. The county is called what's maintenance of effort, was also required to kick in additional money at that time. And everything worked out very well for a number of years. We were able to design and build, construct a jail. And in 2000, we were able to move in to the new jail. Next slide, please. In August is when we moved in, and again, at that point, it was a 350-bed jail. Toward the end of construction, the opportunity for additional funding became available, and we added an additional pod with 140 beds, and it was called Pod C, or Unit C at the time, and that was completed in 2001. In other additions or new construction just this past year, as I've mentioned to you in the past, that we were able to complete the expansion of our Page facility, and we finished that last October. We have 48-bed capability in Page, but it is a holding facility, short-term, not a full-service jail as we have here in Flagstaff. Next slide, please. So in 2000, we added programs. We wanted to do things that would assist the community, assist those people who were in jail with programming. And we identified some things early on with educational opportunities, some special education classes that came up, life skills, literacy, religious, and juvenile. We had occasionally we would have a juvenile in custody who'd been remanded to adult court. But these programs, we felt, would give people, inmates, an opportunity to turn things around, to understand. You know, I think many of you know that many people who are in jail do not have a lot of successes in their life. And so if we're able to help them, if they can't balance their checkbook, give them those skills to do that. If they're not able to understand or complete a job application appropriately, it becomes difficult for them to get a job. So we wanted to focus on some basic life skills that would help them once they were able to be released from jail. Next slide, please. So after I think early on in the 2000s, 2003 and 4, we saw the jail population creep up. We also saw the economy take a downturn. And with the money that was coming in from the jail district tax, we predicted that we would be in the red in the late 2000s. And so we needed to do something. And because we had originally asked when the jail district was voted in for 0.3 cents, the maximum allowed was 0.5 cent. So I have to give kudos here to Lucinda, but Lucinda managed our program and campaign where we went out to the voters and had the jail tax increased from 0.3 to a full 0.5 cent. And I will tell you that that allowed us to continue on. That allowed us to stay in the black and to keep us moving, to continue to provide the in custody programs that we have, and to help manage the overall increasing costs of our facility. In that 2000, next slide, please. In that 2000 ballot initiative, that 0.2 cent was really made the difference. And at that time, we made a promise to the people of our county that we would add an in-custody drug and alcohol treatment program. And I think that became Exodus. And I'm sure many of you are familiar with that program, but we made that promise, we kept that promise. And we've also been able and managed to stay within our budget. And I think that has been very, very important that we made a commitment to our county residents, and we kept that. And I think the success of our Exodus program is a testament to our commitment to make it work. And again, we're very proud of what Exodus does and the opportunities that it provides and the rate of success that we have. Next slide, please. Also, since 2006, we've added several programs, and these include some job skills, some additional educational program. We provide food handlers cards. We've had a tool belt project where we provide inmates who are on a work release with tools to go out and work construction sites and jobs within our community. We've added a sweat lodge, both male and female sweat lodge opportunities for many of the inmates within our facilities. We've added additional religious programs and Native American cultural programs. And many of these are conducted within the Hogan that we've had constructed about 12 years ago. But I think something to mention about that as well is we utilize volunteers whenever we can to assist in maintaining and providing these programs. We have a whole cadre of volunteers who come in, who are very conscious of the needs of people in jail and who provide those services for free. We've also had a partnership with Goodwill in the past called Fresh Start, which is a job program where Goodwill comes in, works with inmates who are going to be released, and then helps them get jobs in the community once they're released. And one other program called Thinking for a Change. And it's just a more of an idea of teaching people that they are in charge of their life and that they have the ability to do things. And we've been very, very successful and happy with the outcome of that. Next slide, please. At this point, I'd like to hand it off to Siri to talk about the jail district financials. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff, Chair Horseman, and members of the board. So your next slide is a summary slide of the revenues by source. And you can see the green that takes up the majority of the pie. That is the sales tax that was talked about by the sheriff. That provides 86% of the funding. We also have a statutory requirement for general fund maintenance of effort. That is a calculation that was based on support that was provided at the formation of the district with some growth for inflation. And there is a timing lag in the inflation, but the inflation numbers we're seeing right now will definitely have an impact on the maintenance of effort. It will cause an increase about 2 years from now, the way the calculation works. So it's based on actual and a look back of actual CPI numbers that we see. So that's adjusted every year for growth based on inflation. And then that other little sliver, you see that 2% is the bed rental revenue, where the jail district is able to rent out available beds to other jurisdictions, as well as just other miscellaneous. Sometimes there can be miscellaneous funding that comes in, and then of course investment earnings on the fund balance each year. So those are really the three sources that we have for the jail district. And then as we look at our actuals a little more information then on the county sales tax. So this chart, just as a reminder, we've talked a lot about our county sales taxes and the sources, but it's important because we are funding the jail with over 80% from local sales tax to look at who's really paying those taxes or where are they coming from. And one of the things we've discussed with the board in the past is that a lot of our sales taxes are really based on non-resident sales. Those tourism related industries, we are much higher compared to the rest of the state. In our categories like restaurants, bars, and amusements, for example, 21% of our revenue, which of course isn't all tourism related, but a good chunk is non-residents who are paying that tax and contributing to our tax base. Transient lodging is another one I'd highlight in that same category, that 17%. So those pieces make up a significant portion of sales tax revenue that is paid that helps support jail district operations. Then as we go to our next slide, looking at then last year's expenditures by type, just like we see in most of our funds, our largest expense is personnel at 58%. That's that blue portion of the pie chart. Then as you move to the left, we have operations and travel. Primarily, and of course the sheriff can speak more to this if there are questions, but they provide medical services to our jail inmates, food and beverage for feeding, of course, our incarcerated population. Other professional services fall into that operations and travel. It's a very small amount of travel, really. It's primarily those operating costs of running the jail. And then last year we did have 12% of capital related to the Page facility. Then going to the next slide. So here is the outlook slide, and I want to focus a little bit longer on this one to talk about some of the assumptions we have built in. We developed this in collaboration with the sheriff and Kathy and his staff and Lucinda, and we talked a lot about the assumptions and what the future might look like for the jail district. So starting at the top, that first section, we have revenues. Those are the revenues we discussed, where we have our maintenance of effort, and we can see we are growing that, again, tied to our anticipated CPI related adjustments that we will be making for maintenance of effort. Then we have our sales tax, and this is the same tax base as our county sales tax. So the assumptions you're seeing here match our general fund side for revenues. I'd like to point out the blue shaded area, fiscal years 24 and 25, for those of you who may not see it as blue. That is our recessionary revenue period there. And so you can see that we actually have an anticipated decline from our current level of sales taxes in those years as we're looking at potential recession going into those fiscal years. And again, this is a match to the general fund assumptions. So we want to allow for that same recessionary, I guess, coverage, if you will, of revenues in FY 24 and 25 in our assumptions. We also have our bed rentals and our other, again, primarily investment earnings. Then as we look at our expenditures, one thing I know that later on today you will be having a discussion related to a compensation plan for the sheriff and jail district. We have worked those assumptions in for fiscal year 23 and beyond. So the numbers for salary and benefits have been increased to reflect our most up-to-date assumptions on what compensation will look like for the jail district. With, of course, some vacancy savings adjustments. They have had pretty high turnover going on this year, or high vacancy savings. So we can see a pretty large estimate for fiscal year 2022 in vacancy savings, tapering off then as we go through time, because of course we hope that what we do with compensation is successful in that realm, and we don't maybe realize as much in vacancy savings. The other thing that has been added in this section is a medical contract redesign that the sheriff can speak more about the specifics on. And we also tied out the capital assumptions to their capital plan. Then we have two more sections that are unique to the jail district 10-year plan. One is the intake area redesign, some of which you probably just heard about in the facilities master plan discussion. But what that looks like and what their proposal is for using accumulated fund balance that we have to date to help fund the capital of the intake area redesign and then the operating and staffing costs that would go with that. The last section at the bottom is really a placeholder of future facility expansion. This is something that has been, discussed many times over the years with the jail district, has been on the radar, but really the timing is still to be determined because it would depend on need and population numbers and, what's happening in the community there with the population. So we wanted to put it on there because we wanted to reflect that it's a real possibility. But of course, given what we're seeing right now in the numbers that you're seeing on the 10-year plan, how we would go about accomplishing that, whether it's, with some financing options or again, using, fund balance or a loan maybe from county funds is still yet to be determined, as is the timing. But we wanted to reflect that so that it is out there that that's a real possibility. It could be coming forward at some point in the future. Of course, another thing with these assumptions, you can see that we actually do have, we're utilizing fund balance to do the intake area redesign. It has been accumulated. It does put us into a deficit with the timing and the recession assumptions, but there's a lot still to be determined in that future where we could eventually rebuild that fund balance and reestablish the contingency there. So it's still a work in progress in terms of what the final numbers added to the budget would look like for each of these areas, but this is the current outlook for the jail district. I guess I'll pause and see if there's any questions before I hand it back over to the sheriff. Great, thank you.
Were there any questions? That was quick. Are there any other questions that anybody in the Board of Supervisors would have? And I just, the total intake area redesign expenditures is just under 20,000. Is that correct for capital available for that possible capital improvement? Is that correct, Siri?
Thank you, Chair Horstman. So we have a capital placeholder there of $18 million for the redesign. And with that, then our ongoing, you'll see salary benefits and operating. So year one, 19.5 million, then moving into the future years, about 1.6 million of salaries and operating to maintain the increased staffing.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Siri. Any other questions that board members may have?
So if I may, Madam Chair, just a quick question. So Siri or Jim, and you probably already said it, I may have missed it while you were presenting. So is that salaries and benefit, is that associated with the package that we're going to look at later on and have those included in it?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Ryan. That is correct. We did include assumptions for what you will be seeing in your next presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Siri. And then with that, Sheriff Driscoll, please take it away.
Thank you, Siri. Madam Chair, looking at the consequences of, in the event that the jail district act is not extended, if you could, you're there on the right slide. Jail tax is due to expire on June 30th of 2026. And if it does, it just puts a tremendous burden back onto the county. And I think something to note in here as well, when we would start billing those users of the county who book inmates into our facility. And those would be primarily misdemeanor arrests and are billable back to those arresting agencies for the housing. And that's quite a bit. I think you can see on the right-hand side, the primary users of our jail booking people in is City of Flagstaff Police Department with 47%, followed by Page and then county people. The costs of running our jail are about $20 million a year. And this is part of the cost recovery associated with that if we do not have a jail district. and it is allowed to expire or sunset. So there would be burdens placed on those agencies to pay for the inmates that they bring in, as well as the county burden to pay for running the jail as well. And so it is obviously very, very significant when you're talking about a total over $20 million. Next slide.
Can I
Certainly. Supervisor Wright, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly, just noting, this is not 47% of all the costs. This is 47% of just like what they bring in. There's a lot more money in there that the county ends up having to absorb or pay for out of the general fund. Correct. So City of Flagstaff's not going to pay 47% of the full cost of what the jail district costs for operations.
And appreciate the correction. Yeah, that absolutely right. They have 47% of the total population inmates is attributed to the city of Flag. So again, thank you for correcting that. Next slide, please. Okay, the impacts to us would be those reduced programs or elimination of some of our programs that we have. It may increase or impact our recidivism rate, that rate in which people come back into the jail. We may see impacts to the cities with increased fees hitting some of those cities or new fees that they currently do not pay. And it will impact it could impact the services that some of the cities provide within their municipalities themselves. We could potentially see, a loss of our Exodus program, and I think one thing that's I think very telling is that the county expenditure limit. When we have a viable jail district, we're not subject. The jail district is not subject to county expenditure limits, and that's a good place for us to be in. But if we do not have a district, then the jail comes under the county expenditure limit. And I'm sure you realize how impactful that is if we do not have the jail district. So at this point, I would like to pass it over to Lucinda to talk about some of the things. Where do we go from here? What do we do? And to provide some education as well. Lucinda?
Thank you, Sheriff. And you can go to the next slide there, Lindsay. Thank you. So where are we in the process? As was mentioned, this is the third session board work session that we've held with the board. And so we're moving through this process with the goal again to have the board of directors of the jail district consider placing the extension on the ballot on May 10th. That remains our target. And just as a few updates here, we are in the field currently conducting the likely voter survey. And to determine, what are the existing perceptions around the jail operations and what reactions people have to potentially supporting a ballot measure to extend the jail district sales tax. And so it's in the field. I did get a report late yesterday from Dr. Fred Solip, and he indicated that they're about 100 to 200 into that process. And you'll recall that it's an 800 person survey. So they're early on. So he will be coming, as noted here below, to the board work session on April 26th and presenting the preliminary results of that survey. And he indicated that at this stage, it looked positive. He didn't, it's in terms of the response. So that's a good thing to know, but it's still very early. So He'll obviously will continue to be monitoring that, and he works with them to make sure if there are any concerns with questions or things like that that may come up, that those are addressed. But so far he said it's going well. On that, also for the work session on the 26th, what I kind of been envisioning is a set of information to share with the board, and certainly the board is aware of this, but to help the public really link the investments that the county is making through the American Rescue Plan Act funding that was available, and those the decisions that have been made to date, and certainly the decisions that remain with those funds in terms of funding external parties to provide services in our community. Many of these investments will positively influence the outcomes of people leaving the jail. And so having this Pathways to Community program and making those linkages to either services that are new services, or even more likely services that needed to expand to be able to serve a greater number of people in our community, such as housing, drug and alcohol treatment, mental health services, in particular mental health. As the board is well aware, there was a great deal of emphasis placed on mental health services coming with the ARPA funds, and boy, have the, looking at the studies that are taking place post-COVID, how necessary those are. And certainly we're ongoing, and we had, frankly, deficiencies in this community for many years in terms of services, and that mental health services and having those available, as the sheriff can attest, is a big impact to the jail, and not just in terms of numbers, but in terms of how do you work with and house those individuals that need that level of support. So I want to help make that connection so people understand that there is a connection. It may not be directly being paid for by jail district sales tax, but I think to understand that there is that connectivity there is important for the public. So we'll be talking a little bit about that. And then the goal is to answer any remaining questions that the board may have in board discussion. If there's additional information that you want to have come forward before you make your decision on May 10th, certainly that would be the case. We're also continuing to put together the Citizens Committee meetings, as well as the stakeholder meetings over the next several months. And if we're able to get those launched and working through those prior to the 26th, we'll certainly report on that as well. So with that kind of lays out the process. And then certainly if the board of directors elects to place this on the ballot, then I'll say the real work begins in terms of the educational process that we'll need to go forward to share with the community, why the board believes this is necessary to place on the ballot and be considered by our voters. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I think we're moving to the next slide here. Do we have any concluding remarks that the sheriff would like to make?
Well, thank you, Lucinda. Next slide, please. I think you can see the successes that we've had. We've been very fortunate. We are reducing recidivism, and we're in a financially positive situation right now, and that's important. One thing we've always tried to do is to keep moving ahead, keep moving forward. What is the best thing for our community? We don't wait for mandated changes. We don't wait for legislative changes or criminal justice reform. If we see an opportunity to get ahead of things or to anticipate change, we try to establish, we try to establish internal programs or processes to help address that. But I think as we all saw, we have challenges. COVID-19 certainly impacted us. We essentially suspended all of our programs right now, and hope to get them back up as soon as possible. And we're going to discuss our staffing issue a little bit later on. 6 years ago, I talked to several of you that were on the board at the time, Supervisors Ryan and Fowler, about mental health, saying it was going to be the greatest challenge that we would face in our communities from both a law enforcement perspective as well as social. And I think that's happened. And as Lucinda talked about, we need to address those things. Mental health is just the calls that we're taking right now, the responses that we're making are so many of them are involved with mental health. So as we develop the Pathways program, as we move ahead, next slide. As we move ahead, we want to look at those opportunities, seize those opportunities to make a difference in people's life and impact them while we have them in our jail. And now that our jail population is down, we know it's coming back up, but we're in a 20-year-old facility that's in really good structural condition. We want to keep that going. And as I mentioned earlier today, we're going to be looking at making some improvements and additions to our facility. And we hope that we'll be able to do that with a jail tax. So with that, that's all I have. And unless there's any questions, and again, I appreciate all of your time.
Yeah, thank you, Sheriff Driscoll and Deputy County Manager Andriani. And I think obviously this is extremely important. We get this information out to the public. It's not only important for just the needs in our community, and as we move forward with the hopefully diversion program and with Pathways program, but so many of the programs that you have been developed, Sheriff Driscoll and your staff, but the potential consequences to the general fund, not only for Coconino County, but City of Flagstaff, would be pretty devastating. So I'm certainly hopeful that this information gets out to the members of our public. I think that they supported this before and understood the importance of this, and we just need to make sure that we get this information to our public and that they understand the importance of this moving forward. So thank you both. And any other members of the board would like to make a comment? Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, just a couple points on it. And I wasn't correcting you there, Sheriff. It was just a clarification for the sake of the public and for the sake of the board, knowing that the burden will be on the city, so it will be in their best interest to take a look at this and see why jail district is so important. A lot of people have changed over the years and may not know that. The other piece of it is it's not like they're going to pay for what we have. We still have substantial costs that then would need to be absorbed in the general fund, which we already wrestle with our expenditure limits. And then the expenditure limit itself and the cap associated with that, I think it would help, as we get into the financial discussions, for the board to just hear that a little bit more of what it really truly means would be a big piece. A point to make associated with what you're bringing forward is the idea of you're looking at the sunset, provided the board considers going along with modification, but it's not a new tax. It's not like we have new money that's coming into it. It's looking at those impacts that would occur, what we've been successful with, and telling that story. And then the other piece of it is the more we learn about it, the more it helps us convey this information so that people understand what does our jail district really do and why it is a critical piece of the community.
Absolutely.
So no additional questions. Oh, but one I did miss during the facilities one, so I'll bring it back during the facilities, but I have an opportunity here as well, Sharp, because it is in that $20 million piece, is, shouldn't we be considering as we deal with our facility plan, and this might be messaging, I don't know, we can think about it. But shouldn't we be thinking of additional population, maybe low level potential construction? We know our populations, even with our programming, have grown over the years.
Supervisor Ryan, looking at our population, I think you're right. We look at those all the time. We look at local trends, national trends. At some point, we are going to need additional inmate space. And I'm not talking about what we mentioned earlier. I mean, another pod or something similar. I think it's farther down the road. At least we hope it's farther down the road, but having the jail district tax at least makes it viable. Without that tax, we could be overcrowded farther down the road. And again, we watch that very closely.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions from board members? Then I do not see any other questions of board members.
Madam Chair, do you mind if I make one last comment?
Please, Sheriff.
You know, we have Lucinda spearheading this movement. I can't tell you how effective she has been and appreciative we are that we have her leading this one. Lucinda, you rock, you know that. And we appreciate that work that you do. That you bring such a comprehensive sense of what's going on out there. And I tell you, we have Lucinda being in there is the right person at the right time for this tax to pursue it. So again, I just needed to make that comment. She's the right one.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Very good. And
We'll see. The results are clear. The good thing about this kind of effort is there is an end date. There is an election, right? And so the results are very clear typically. And, so there is a finality to this process. And we're very fortunate in this county that we have very considerate voters, and they want to be educated. They want to understand how these measures influence their community, and it's a well-educated area, and there's very high expectations for communication and education. They want to understand, they want to know, and they want the opportunity to ask the tough questions, and that will be our effort, in the educational process. So it's our responsibility.
And
I have a question.
Yes, please.
Okay. What other questions are on the ballot this year, along with the jail tax district?
Good question.
What tax do? Because the voters are gonna say any, meeny, miny, mo. If you don't really have the education out there. I know that Coconino Community College has announced, but I'm wondering what others, is there others, or are there only two?
Madam Chair, I can provide some comments. So Supervisor Fowler, members of the board, the community college tax question is going to be on the May ballot because they have special legislation that allows them to advance that at that time. On the November ballot, the city is going through a process of getting citizen input for a bond program. So they're going through a survey and a number of conversations with the community on a number of items ranging from housing to transportation, sustainability, I believe. So there's a variety of things there. I have not heard anything from FUSD or any of the local school districts relative to a possible question. And then I do not believe, but I could be mistaken, NAPTA may not have anything on the 22 ballot, but they may be looking at the 24 ballot. So that's a window at this time.
And we're
consistent with what I've hearing as well. So, it's very interesting here. We've had ballots with, I think the city at one point had up to 10 items on the ballot, and NAPTA had, what was it, 5 or 6, Steve, at one year. And that year, my memory, maybe all but one passed. And so it's, again, it really, it's our responsibility to educate and communicate. But people will discern, but you can't, you can get voter fatigue as well, particularly if there's a number of state initiatives. Now, at this point, we're not hearing that many. Trey may have more sense of that than I do, many at the state level. We know the state, this fire district, I understand that may well go to the ballot, as we just Trey discussed earlier. So,
and Madam Chair, being a county, this is a countywide election, we also take into consideration local measures that may be on other county cities within the county, so Williams, Page, et cetera. So,
right, and I think we probably shouldn't go too far down this path just because it's not on the agenda, although a question was asked, and that's legitimate, but let's just be careful on not going too far down the path. So,
Yeah.
all right.
But these are things that we have to consider when we're going out there, and it's
absolutely
got to be something that we have to ask. I mean, answer questions when it comes to us. So thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Yes, on the overview of the process steps, we're talking about possibly the jail district tax, sales tax to be put on the ballot and stuff like that. I would do anything out there in the communities to, really educate the people that we need some votes from, because I think, in this way, us being out there visibly and, just educating and teaming up with other like community college when they're going to have their communication efforts that they're going to have. Maybe we could be there too on the sideline too. So I think, this is a good idea. And I just want to say thank you to Lucinda and Sheriff, yourself, and your staff, for really putting out and thinking, outside the box and moving forward with the task, and really watching out for our constituents. So I'm glad to be part of it. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. And I think then the only supervisor we haven't heard from is Supervisor Vice Chair Vasquez. So please.
Yes. No, I just want to thank the team for putting together a good presentation, and just really hope that the community understands the value of this jail tax, that it's really important, that there's some crucial services that are served by this tax. We need to re-up it, because if we don't, then we're going to have some real difficult choices to make to remove other services that we currently do, because of the fact that we have to supplant funding from other services to serve the jail service, since it is a state statute that we have to fund. So it's really crucial that we get this tax funded, and hopefully the voters will agree to fund it this November. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other closing comments? County Manager, members of the staff? With that, as always, we really appreciate you, Sheriff Driscoll and Deputy County Manager. And yes, I feel we're in good hands with you at the helm of this jail tax. County Manager, Deputy County Manager Andriani, I know you've been there, done it before, and we need to get it done again. We need to pass the goalpost on this one again. So thank you both very much. I believe that we are still directors, the Jail District Board of Directors, and I know we have another presentation. And so I think this is still under the Jail District. Am I correct, County Manager?
Well, actually, you're going to be doing both. So I'm going to ask you to go back as the Board of Supervisors. And
okay.
Then you will be going back as the Jail District, but if I could have you do that, because the presentation on the expedited pay plan for the Sheriff's Department, that is going to require both a vote of the Board of Supervisors and a vote of the Board of Directors. And actually, you could stay as the Board of Directors.
Why don't we do that? Well, let's do that.
We'll just come back and you can do the the BOS vote after.
Thanks, County Manager. Let's do it that way. So, and I think then that the next one for the Jail District Board of Directors is in fact 26. That's under the Jail District Board of Directors, correct? Very good. All right, then let's proceed. And County Manager, please proceed.
Okay, and Lindsay and Erica, I'm going to just show my slide from my set. So I'll go ahead and share my screen and do a check with the board to see if they can see the screen. Okay, Madam Chair, members of the board, Sheriff Driscoll is with us, also co-presenting today, Erica Philpott, our HR Director, and the topic is law enforcement pay plan. Let me just go quickly through the agenda. Sorry about that. Ooh, we have a touchy mouse. So very quickly though, this afternoon, the board has been dealing with very strategic issues. And I want to really emphasize strategic because of course, strategic are those things that take care of business today, but also take care of business in the future. So the conversations that the board has had today relative to facilities and the jail tax, those are issues that have decades long impact. And I would like to suggest that this additional item or this item this afternoon relative to the Sheriff's Department pay plan is just as strategic because it really looks into not only the now in regards to addressing some critical vacancies that we have in the patrol and detention side, but it also looks into the future. And the future mean that we want to be an employer where folks want to stick around throughout their career. That's what we refer to as the employer of choice. And if anything, that's going to be the focus of what we do today. I have some comments I want to read, and then we'll quickly go from there onto details regarding the needs of impact. So Sheriff Driscoll will present, and then Erica Philpott will provide information on the details of the pay plan. And then from there, we'll circle back to Sheriff Driscoll, and then back to you for the board questions. And then the recommended action from the presentation today, of course, you have other options, but the recommended action from the manager's office is to adopt the expedited pay plan. So just some comments, and I will email you my comments that I'm going to read from to each of you so that you'll have those for reference. So today we are advancing this law enforcement step pay plan proposal to the board now because of critical challenges we have in retaining employees both in the patrol and the detention sides of the sheriff's office. As of last week, we had 55 vacancies between patrol and detention in the sheriff's office. We're recommending that the plan be approved to take effect by April 19th to encourage existing staff to remain and to encourage those interested to join Coconino County in these critical life safety positions. These positions have operated under a unique pay plan for many years, but that plan, like our larger organizational compensation strategy, has been challenged to keep up with inflation and has not been competitive in comparison to other local jurisdictions, nor to the private sector. While the law enforcement step-up pay plan is recommended for action today, this is not, and I repeat, not the only compensation-related recommendation we will be bringing to the board in the coming months. In a recent vacancy report, we showed over 300, almost 300 positions that are vacant here at Coconino County, 300 positions, which is staggering. I think that's the most we've ever had in terms of open positions. While some of the open positions are new ones brought to us through funding from either grants or ARPA, we have a considerable number of positions that are vacant due to team members deciding to leave the county. And this is not what we want to have happen, members leaving the county. As a result, we are actively working on a compensation strategy for all staff throughout the entire organization. We anticipate presenting this much needed overhauled compensation strategy to the board during the budget process presentation in May and for implementation of that strategy in July. If for those of us, and many of us here today, were with the county back in 2000 and 2008, you'll recall that we embarked on a compensation strategy that we refer to XYZ. I would say, well, XYZ, what is that? Well, XYZ represented different dimensions of compensation that included market adjustments, cost of living, longevity-based, and performance merit adjustments. And we want to replicate this plan again, which served us as we went into the Great Recession in 2009. And in fact, it served us once we got it implemented a couple of years later is when we experienced the Great Recession. And we are formulating a package that considers these options that we talked about, along with a funding mechanism that we hope will not create a situation where annual operational needs of the county are competing against compensation and benefits due to the classification of one-time versus recurring revenue. Again, right now, our current structure, and it is not a fault to any process or practice, but the reality is that each budget year, when we look at the operational needs of the county, we are in fact putting them against the compensation needs of the organization, and we feel that that is not the position we want to be in. We often state that our team members are our most important asset. And when our actions are not able to support this statement through our compensation strategy, I don't believe we are walking our talk. Earlier this fiscal year in July, we implemented the first pay increase of the year, 2.5% then. And then in January, we brought forward and were approved by the board an additional $1 per hour increase for general staff, for each general staff member. We recognize that current circumstances caused by the pandemic and world events have rendered these increases ineffective at keeping up with the soaring cost of living, particularly in Flagstaff and Coconino County. Our aim is to make a substantive difference in compensation and related supports, and engage in critical conversations on our strategic path forward as an organization and as a team. Our vision for the path forward is that Coconino County will be, I repeat, will be the employer of choice, paved with a new vigor in our dedication to public service, diversity, equity, inclusion, leadership, sustainability, and our trust and commitment to our citizens and to our team. And so with that, Madam Chair, I'm going to proceed through the slides. Our next presenter will be Sheriff Driscoll to provide some introductory comments on the need as he sees it. So Sheriff Driscoll, to you.
All right, Madam Chair, members of the board, County Manager's Office, thank you again. Appreciate the opportunity to talk about this issue. Then I think the situation that we find ourselves in. We're bleeding right now, and I think the idea of being able to provide safety in our community, the constitutional requirement to address those public safety needs of our community are very important. And right now we're struggling with our staffing, both in detention as well as in the field. We are losing people for a variety of reasons, but one of the biggest ones is compensation. Other agencies around the state and even locally are paying significantly more money for law enforcement officers and law enforcement services. We are having people who have worked for us for several years leave our agency to go to work for other agencies to get a substantial raise from $15,000 to $18,000 a year. It makes it difficult to compete. It makes it difficult to attract people to this agency. But we continue to work with the county, and we're still doing whatever we can to try to address the shortages when we do have them develop. The cost of training, I think, certainly is a factor here. For a deputy, it takes a year from the time a deputy is recruited and hired until they're on the road by themselves. And that equates to about $100,000 with academy costs and salary and the training that's required for them before they're fully certified and able to work on their own. And it really hurts when we have someone who goes through that and is with us for 14 or 15 months and leaves us. And those hurt. We become essentially a training ground for some of the other agencies. The county has done what they reasonably could do in the past with compensation, but we've fallen behind. And our hope is that through this pay plan, we're able to address that idea of recruiting as well as retaining those experienced officers that really are kind of the heart and soul of many of the services that we provide. Retention and recruitment, I think, again, are two of those biggest areas that we face right now. So one other area that I will mention, and that's, I think, the safety of our staff. Many of our staff here in Flagstaff, both in detention and patrol, are on 12-hour shifts. Because of the staff shortages, we are having required overtime. And after 3 or 4, sometimes 5 12-hour shifts, the fatigue factor is not safe for especially those people out on the road in the middle of the night, and you're working those long hours, and that's a huge concern. And the burnout that people that we're beginning to experience with some of our people because of having to work overtime, even when they don't want it. And they certainly the money's good, but it doesn't offset that fatigue and the safety. And again, they're responsible to go in the middle of the night to a traffic accident or a domestic violence call, and they may have to drive 100 miles to do that. So it's I think a very legitimate concern, and I think that this pay plan would go a long ways in addressing that need, those needs that we have. I would like to, I think, pass it on to Erica right now, but I will be back in a few minutes to talk about some questions that came up from Supervisor Begay regarding some of the situations that we have. So Erica, if you don't mind, I'd like to pass it on to you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Good afternoon. So this slide is a slide that I've shared before that has the top 3 positions with the highest turnover rates. And we look at that on a fiscal year basis, and you can see that we have detention positions in this top 3 historically, that we have in FY21, we had DO2, in FY20, we had DSS, the detention support specialists in the jail, as well as the DO1s and the deputy sheriff. So all 3 were in law enforcement. And in FY19, we had the DO2s and the detention support specialists. So really seeing a trend as we look across those years of areas where we're having high turnover. And this chart is another way to look at that. And this chart is from January of this year, as we were having conversations with the sheriff and county manager's office in looking at the turnover each year, and as well as the vacancies on the far right. So we can see in this chart that the patrol is on the top and the detention is on the bottom. And the turnover in FY20 for patrol was 18.12. In that same year, FY20 at the bottom in the jail, it was 16. You can see it dipped a little bit in FY21, but still high, and then especially higher in the correction side in the jail, and then in FY22 swooping back up as well. So in the positions that, as we look at the bottom half of this chart, we see the DO1s and the DO2s having 28%, 35%, 14%, and 21% turnover. So really high as we look across those numbers. And also as we look at the vacancies, the percentage of vacancies that are left open, those numbers are very high as well. So again, just some data that shows what the sheriff and his team have been experiencing, and really looking at those numbers. So I'm going to turn it back over to, oh, are we going to come back
Yeah,
to?
you will come back to Sheriff
Okay,
after.
come back to the sheriff on slide 5. So sorry for the speeding ahead. So we have a 3-pronged proposed solution to address this recruitment and retention need at this time. And so one of the prongs of this solution is a $2,000 hiring bonus for detention support specialist and detention officer ones. The next prong is adjusting the law enforcement incentive pay plan, the vesting schedule for that. And then the third is the expedited pay plan with steps. And it's for all of these positions in that pay plan, which includes detention support specialist. Historically, detention support specialist has not been included in the law enforcement pay plan, and we really feel like that is an important addition to this pay plan this time. It's a pivotal role in the jail, and it is a role that people promote out of, and so it's a really good introduction into the jail for people looking for that career. And so we want to make sure that we are recruiting people into that job, and some people stay as a DSS, and we love that. And some of them also promote. And so it's a really good opportunity to enter this career ladder in both the DSS and the DO1. And so in the following slides, we're going to talk a little bit about each one of these prongs. So the hiring bonus that we're proposing is a one-time payment, a $2,000 bonus for them to help get established, help have them look at us, but also help them to move here if they need to do so or get established. They could only receive that sign-on bonus once. So if they do get hired as a DSS and get promoted to DO1, they will still only get it one time. And additionally, we are looking back at any DSS or DO1 that was hired after January 1st of 2021 to receive that hiring bonus as well, because it was really a critical staffing need, is a critical staffing need now. And so we want to be sure that we're recognizing those staff who've joined us during that time, and in some cases have those additional shifts. And that is about, I believe it's about 5 DO1s and 5 DSSs back to that date. The second prong is the vesting for the law enforcement retention plan. And so if approved, starting not this year, but in 2023, the payouts would be on a different schedule. And so it would be $2,000 of the principal balance after 2 years of continuous employment, $4,000 of the principal balance after 4, $6,000 after 6, and $8,000 after 8. So presently those payouts are at 5, 8, and the 10 years of service. And so what we wanted to do was even them out a little bit and have that continual 2-year schedule for people to get that principal payout and have that tool be even more effective. It's a really effective tool. We're really proud of it. And we're just fine tuning it to make it a little better and to better meet the needs of everyone that's involved in this program, both in the sworn patrol side and in the jail side as well. And then that third prong is the pay plan. So this is our current pay plan, our current law enforcement pay plan. And you can see that DSSs are not in this plan. The corrections, the jail staff is on the top. The patrol is on the bottom, so opposite of that earlier chart that we saw. And you can see there's a range minimum. There's some steps for educational pieces for 2 positions, the academy completion, the field training completion, and a successful 1 year, both for the DO1s and the deputy sheriff. So if someone is hired as a deputy recruit, then they go to the academy, and when they complete academy, they become a deputy sheriff at the academy completion and move through those other training steps. The training steps are 3%, and then right now they're in a range. You can also see in this pay plan that the correctional nurses and the correctional nurse supervisor are on this plan. and I will talk about them further in a moment. But as we step to the next slide, you can see what our proposed step pay plan is. So going to a true step plan where we have steps, and that's something we've been discussing for several years. Excited to be doing that, proposing that at this time. And you can see we've added the detention support specialist here. You can also see that the correctional nurses and correctional nurse supervisor are not in the step plan. And I'll talk about that more on the next slide. The detention support specialists also have field training completion and successful 1 year, which they don't have presently. So that's a change for them. And all of the steps for DSS are 3%. The other steps for the academy completion, field training, and successful 1 year, those are all 3% steps. But then the steps that are numbered 1 through 8 are 4% steps. There is an annual minimum. So the annual minimum is where employees would be hired. And then the step 1 would be after their either training and educational steps or after 1 year. And each employee would be placed in an appropriate step. Steps would be moved through. And so it really gives the employees an opportunity to see what their compensation will be in the future, or how they will move through these steps, and gives them something to look to and plan on. Also, steps would occur in any year in which the board approved a compensation step for all employees. So that is how they would move to the next steps. And you can see the step increase notes there at the bottom of this plan, that the step increases are subject to annual approval by the board, and that which steps are 3%, which steps are 4%, and that the detention lieutenants currently receive an ad pay car allowance, and they will continue to do that. That has remained unchanged. As we look at the final slide that I'm presenting, this is about the correctional nurses. So part of the reason that we haven't included the correctional nurses in this step plan is that we are doing some creative things for nurses, and we also want to continue to look at nurses as a broader picture with the other nurses and the other healthcare professions in the organization. So the correctional nurses and the correctional nurse supervisor are in a range. They do receive new hire bonuses. They get a sign-on bonus at hire, a bonus at the completion of their training, and then a completion of the satisfactory 1 year. Also, we have different guidelines, if you will, to bring in correctional nurses, that if they have up to 4 years of experience, we bring them up to 15% above entry. And if they have 5 or more years of experience, we can bring them in up to the midpoint of the range, depending on their qualifications. So we continue to be really flexible. We know that correctional nurses are very important and hard to recruit. Healthcare jobs in general are difficult to recruit. Not too long ago, we did increase our temporary wages for our temp on calls in this area. And so we continue to look at the nurses, and we'll continue to look at them with compensation with all the other employees as well. And I believe with that, we're going to go back to slide 5.
Sheriff?
All right, well, thank you. Last week in discussions, private discussions with several members, a question came up from Supervisor Begay about.
And I'm sorry, Sheriff Driscoll, I just have to make a note here. I think we'd like to hear this. I just got word that Judy she was lost at 5:32 here, and she's having difficulty getting back on. And so it may be appropriate, if you wouldn't mind, at some point, just sending her a quick email with this. But I don't want to interrupt you. Please proceed, and hopefully she'll be able to get herself back on here before you finish.
Okay, well, thank you. A question came up about, well, what are your overtime costs? And you could see from this slide, we've in the patrol side, in the field, spending over $522,000 on when we were budgeted at 105. That's so much of that is the vacancies that we are experiencing. And then looking at detention, even more severe, with that overtime cost of 850,000 with 570,000 budgeted. That's just not good ways to do business. And we certainly understand, appreciate that. Next slide, please. I was also asked, the question was posed, well, what are the qualifications? What are the certifications that are required at one time as well as annually? And these are the ones for the field deputies. And again, the police academy is I think more the common language, but a 640-hour academy, and then 16 weeks at least, sometimes more, of field training is required for that's that year that it takes to replace the deputy. And then annually, we have a lot of trainings are required, from firearms to all the other equipment that we carry, and any specialty assignments that we have, whether that may be canine or whether we have phlebotomists that take blood within our department, special certifications like that. Next slide, please. And we are also asked about, well, what are the requirements then with detention? And again, they also have an academy for 320 hours. And fortunately, we're able to do that academy here locally through Coconino Community College and our great partnership we have with them. But field training is also required in order for a detention officer to become certified. And then annual training, 40 hours minimally, in addition to CPR, firearms, those things that are mentioned there. It just, and when Supervisor Begay asked those questions, it was like, those really made sense. Let's, put that information out there. So again, I hope that that's certainly able to answer the questions. And I think in conclusion, I want to thank Steve and Erica and both their staffs. They have been incredible. This was a difficult process. It needed so many different things done. It was tedious at times. Our staff, Commander Allen, worked very closely with HR and to get these figures down and to determine what was we were able to do. But I can't tell you how appreciative we are of their efforts, and hope that this will make a significant difference in that situation that we have. It makes us competitive and keeps us competitive, and that's how we actually feel. That this will bring us back up to where we need to be and keep us there for several years. So we appreciate all their support and hope that the board is able to support this proposal. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, if I could make a couple trailing comments very quickly. I think an important comment to make is, if we had not received funding from the American Rescue Plan, we would not be having this discussion today. And so had we not had the funding to offset some of the COVID response costs we've incurred, also the mental health investments we've made, also in the investments in the criminal justice system, and then of course investments that we will be making, community partnerships, that would have consumed all of our capacity. And so I'm not trying to be melodramatic, but we would not be having this conversation today had we, through the general fund, had been forced to continue to support those costs. And it's not a force, it's a decision. Obviously, everything's a decision and a choice, but those were choices that the board mindfully made in addition to all the other things happening. And then the other comment is, as I said in my introductory comments, this is the beginning of several compensation-related strategies. Expediting the sheriff's office dealt with what the sheriff indicated, community safety, public safety, as well as employee safety. And so community safety from the standpoint of our deputies are responding and the community doing the good work that they do. And then in the detention facility, that we have adequate coverage for our own staff to be operating and doing their jobs safely within the detention facility. So certainly cognizant of the fact that all positions here at the county matter, but looking at the prioritization based as I did and made the recommendation to you compelled us to add the title expedited, because this is in advance of other employee groups. And then finally, in terms of the budget. So that's always the big question: affordability and sustainability. Affordability at this time, currently we're experiencing higher than normal or higher than forecasted revenue from sales tax. We don't know that that's going to last, and we don't say that this is going to be forever. But going back to what I'd mentioned in my introductory comments is, how do you then structure a funding mechanism that does not have operational expenses competing with compensation? And that's just been the structure of the budget. And so my proposal that I'm having finance and greater minds than I have put some substance to is creating a special fund within the county budget that is dedicated to compensation and benefits. We have a capital fund, we have a repair and replacement fund, we have various funds that are dedicated for a particular purpose, but we do not have a compensation fund. And when we look at, back to what we want us to be, our mantra of employees are our most important asset, we should be looking at a compensation fund that is substantial, that provides the opportunity for multi-year funding, but then at the same time, we need to be looking at the revenue that's coming into that fund. And so working with Siri and the folks in budget and the team here to identify what are those revenue sources that we can say that are going to be dedicated revenue sources towards that compensation fund. It could be, we're going through a financing process for our Arizona State Retirement System, our annual payments too. We're going to be refinancing that and buying that down. And so we may be looking at that cost savings as a revenue source to the compensation fund. We could be saying that 1% or whatever amount of revenues that are collected over above forecasted revenues would be a dedicated revenue stream to this compensation fund. So again, a variety of different pieces that we're putting together in the coming weeks for presentation to you during the budget process. But again, in a nutshell, creating a compensation fund that's dedicated to our investments in our team. Back on the sheriff's plan, finally, the plan covers both team members in the sheriff's office as well as in detention. And so it'll be co-funded between the jail district and the general fund for the expedited plan. The investment we're looking at right now is approximately 1.4 million with this expedited pay plan. But again, that's a very rough estimate because we have individuals with various years of service that we're going to be slotting into steps. And so there's a lot of detail work that's happening, but estimating the investment, it's not an expense, we call it an investment of about $1.4 million in the pay plans, cost shared between the jail district and the general fund. So Madam Chair, I believe that concludes our comments, and turn it back to you, Madam.
Yes, and thanks. And just for verification here, County Manager, and of course, thank you for this, Jim Driscoll, Sheriff Driscoll, and of course our Human Rights Director. Thank you. So our Human Rights, I like that. I still like Human Rights.
Actually, Human
Relations. Yeah, thank you so much, Erica, and also Sheriff Driscoll for this really important information. It's, again, these are difficult times and difficult decisions. I am going to ask, I think that this is scheduled as a possible action item on the enforcement step pay plan. I know that you would like this expedited. So members of the board, I want to underscore that this is before you as an action item. And so at this point, I would ask for comments to be made by members of the board or any questions that the board may have, because I am going to ask for a motion here before we conclude. So any board members have any questions or comments on this?
Sure, I'll start. Thank you for the presentation. I know a lot of work went into this to find a compensation plan for law enforcement, but also for everybody in the county. I think it's really important that there is that consideration for all county staff, not just law enforcement. We know it's the priority right now because of our, mandatory statutes and just the loss of officers and how we need that support. But we are also losing local staff as well from other departments. And so I think this compensation plan is really important and very needed for the whole staff. So again, I appreciate all the hard work that went into this, and I look forward to seeing how it plays out as it's put into place. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Vasquez. Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I hear you. I understand. Well, first and foremost, I think, I can say on behalf of the board, but, speaking for myself as well, we certainly support our law enforcement. We know what your folks are doing out there. There's even more that we don't know about, but by the same token, we've continued to support you over the years. And how do we wrestle with this one? It's so hard. We have this cost of living that we're never going to be able to keep up with in our area. So I think, right now, as though, we're putting together to try and have a little bit more of a long range forecast. And because of the emergency, the need for doing this, absolutely, I understand it. We need to do this. We definitely need you to fill that, that burden that you have by not being able to fill the positions. And then the cost that we see, rather, we lose through training, or we lose through, in some ways, we lose through over time. It's more the fatigue factor that your folks go through, which is really a concern from a public safety standpoint on it. I like the idea of creating the fund, but no matter what, we still have the same two sides to an equal sign, Steve. So it structurally, it's while we're in a surplus, it makes sense, and we might be able to enhance our management associated with it. The heaviest burden that we have, quite frankly, is we're under an expenditure limit, a state mandated expenditure limit. We heard our facility needs earlier, we have big needs that go beyond what we can do, and we have other positions where fatigue has set in, particularly during a COVID year. So we know we want to work on compensation there, but we are continuing to wrestle with cost of living. I think future conversations related to the legislative piece, whether it comes through or doesn't come through, that's a future piece. It's not where we are, what we need to be considering right now, although there are implications there. And so, I fully support this. We know you need it. We know other employees need it. We'll have those conversations later on it. And we should put an expenditure cap on our competing partners out there, right? So they don't keep stealing from us, so to speak. But you're building a culture, where we can retain people. I like that we've looked at providing that incentive program for at least attempting to buy a house or whatever they choose to use it for that. It's another program that, I think maybe we can have further discussions with. So short end of it is there's definitely an emergency need that we have. We certainly want to fund it. Jim, we certainly support you and your folks out there.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other comments? I have a couple of questions, and I do have some comments as well. And, first and foremost, just my overall comment, and then I'll ask some questions. Obviously we see the reason and the need for this, and we see the need to have this expedited. Certainly in terms of recruitment and retention, and quite frankly, burnout. I mean, this truly is a safety concern, not only for your staff, the deputies and the detention officers, but it is for the community as well. And so I truly support the need to have this and have this expedited. But I do have a couple of questions to start with. We did just come up with a countywide increase. And I guess in the pay plan, how does that fit with the new countywide increases we just came up with?
So Erica, can you address that and I'll finish it though?
Sure, happy to do so. Thank you, Chair Horseman. So the $1 an hour countywide increases that we did in January went to actual salaries. They didn't change the structures. And so they didn't move the structure where employees are being hired in. And so that entry level, that minimum of the range, is not as competitive as it should be. And in this process, we looked at 27 different agencies to pull market data and found really that we were lagging behind. And so it did help push the people closer to being competitive, but it didn't change that structure.
So I take it both will go into effect. Is that the answer, Erica, or did I misunderstand?
So as we change with this pay plan, the people and the structure are going to move, where in January, just the people moved and not the structure.
Got it. Very good.
Thank you.
And then the second question on that would be then in terms of, I know we have annual increases that take place in July at the start of the fiscal year. Will this go into a place and then we'll also look at the increases in July?
Well, Madam Chair, for covered employees under this particular action today,
Yes.
they will basically have been covered. So there will not be another adjustment 1st of July because we've expedited, we've advanced this group for others.
Thank you. That explains it. Those are my two questions. And then my second is, Sheriff Driscoll, you know, that it is outrageous to think of how many vacancies that you have. I mean, these are highly sought after, used to be highly sought after positions and highly valued employees here in the county and certainly in our community. Is this a phenomenon that's happening in other municipalities and other counties here in Northern Arizona, or is this unique to Coconino County?
Madam Chair, we're not unique. We talk to our counterparts daily around the state, both in detention as well as on the patrol side, even municipalities. Everybody is struggling and competing, I think, out of the same pool for the same people. And you know, the ones that are able to offer the huge signing bonuses or the significantly larger salaries seem to be drawing. When people have left here, they've told us they don't want to leave. They can't afford to stay. And what we think this will do is provide that opportunity to stay here. And but it's not just here in the state, it's almost nationwide. I was in Oregon last week and had a chance to talk to a couple agencies up there, and they're having the exact same issues that we are. And trying to address them the same way is to increase salary to the point where they can attract and retain.
Madam Chair, if I could make one more other comment. Sorry, we're running late on time. But two other comments is that, you know, when we look at the goal of being full employment is to have all of our positions as filled as they can be. And, you know, every organization has a certain percentage of healthy turnover. That's just kind of a way of the operation of the organizations. But the thing that is important here is that, and we may hear about this during the budget process, is that number one, we are putting, you know, through this action, we are putting our employees in terms of compensation at the top of the priorities in terms of budget. But that does not, someone's phone needs to be muted. That does not, though, mean that we don't have operational expenses. I don't know who's.
If I can, is that Supervisor Ryan? You muted. I think everybody else is.
Okay, sorry. But what that does, though, when we have full employment, what that ends up doing is we don't have salary savings within the operational budget. And in the case of several departments, we utilize salary savings during the budget year in order to cover other operational expenses. And so the unintended consequences of full employment is that we may be completely staffed, and that is where we want to be. But because of operational expenses being a little less tended to in terms of our budgetability, the flexibility that salary savings provides may not be there. And so that'll be a discussion during budget when we start looking at the operational budgets of departments to see how we can cut it differently. I have asked all the departments that for this year, we are asking all departments to make compensation our priority, which means that we can only do so much. And creating this compensation fund is certainly something, a step in the right direction, but we are going to be looking very closely at the budget increments this year to say, you know, there are certain things that if they're absolutely business critical in terms of, you know, we cannot do business without that, we're going to be asking departments to pare that down for this year and possibly others, so that we can get used to what that compensation fund will do, and we can do the fine tuning from there. But again, just to let you know, when we address one part of that process, other parts of the process begin to just kind of, you know, get a different feel to it. So
thank you, County Manager. And yeah, these
Madam
are,
Chair?
yes, I'm sorry, Supervisor Fowler, please.
Yes, thank you. I just want to make a comment. Sheriff, we met, I know that you met with all of the, and Steve with the county supervisors. Really appreciate that, giving just a comprehensive look at this. It is so difficult to deal with the stress that it creates, our wanting to make sure that we take care of our employees, making sure that they're well, they're able to make a living where they want to live. And that's very, very difficult. And then we also have to deal with this, with the state on the other hand. Right now, there's a legislation that's going to mandate the board to give salary and, you know, lock us in like they love to do, and take authority away from us of local control and being able to have a negotiation like this. You know, those state mandates and state legislations that are passed without consulting county supervisors, and it just does not help. And so we have to deal with that, deal with locally. And then we have all of the rest of our employees. All of them need a raise. All of them need the same compensation that we're talking about right here. How are we going to be able to do that? I really like your idea of setting aside a fine budget for the salary increase. But what does that do to direct service? Are we taking dollars by increasing salaries? A department has a certain amount of money, and what are we taking away now from the departments in terms of direct services? How does that impact? What is the comprehensive look at our action right here? We do need our staff. They're the ones that are providing the services out there. We need our deputies out there, and we need the detention staff. We don't want to overburden or burnouts. We know we're hearing that. And on top of that, pandemic stress and family stress is all there. We are well aware of that. And with that, I just want to say that because I want to reassure our staff that we're thinking about every single one of them. It's not just the sheriff's department. It is not just this department, that department. We've been trying to do our what we can do through the various benefits in the human resource department. We've been giving small increments of increase here and there to help, and trying to see how we can do better. If there's any suggestions, I guess that's what we're looking for. And I know Erica does such a great job and with her team being very creative. So I just want to add that, and thank you, Sheriff. But this is, we've worked with you, Sheriff, since I came on board as a county supervisor on various ways, trying to be creative to make sure that our deputies are well well-funded and increases in their salary, bonuses, housing opportunities. We have given all of that. And now here we are again. I feel like we're back at the front door again. And now we're gonna have to start all over again. And maybe it's just a different time. That's the reason why. So really appreciate all your deputies and being on. And then it doesn't help to have this political climate against officials about not supporting law enforcement. You know, our record here at our county shows that we fully and have worked with the county managers and just work with our sheriff to make sure our law enforcement is cared for. You know, and we want to continue doing that. So thank you for all your work, and thank you for doing all the research that you have presented to us and the meetings on the side. So thank you. I know our communities appreciate you, the deputies out there. And so thank you. And I know that the detention center, they need to be also we want to just thank them and all our other staff. Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler, thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Fowler. And I think we have heard, I know Judy Begay has been trying to get back on, but she's having some continued difficulties probably with Suddenlink.
Chair
and-
Horstman.
Yes.
I've had Judy on my phone holding it up to the computer, so she's been listening and she would like to
Good.
words.
Judy, then Supervisor Begay, I know you'd like to make some comments, and then I'd like to make my final comment. So Judy Begay, could you please, love to hear from you.
Yeah, something happened to my technical stuff, and I'm standing on top of a hill right now, trying to get a little bit of service here. I'm glad Lizzie and I were trying to get in contact. We finally did. So I can't even move around either way, or else I'll lose the call. But anyway, I think there's a lot of things that we can look at in the program right there. Like some positions might have been vacant for years and years and years, you know, and we're hard to fill. And do we, you know, maybe we can adjust those job descriptions or whatever and use those in other places and do away with, you know, some of them, so attrition type of thing. And so we're really working on retention, but, you know, what about those positions that are not filled and we haven't filled for years? I know the one for the sheriff in Tuba City that used to work in Tuba City, that I think that still vacant too. And we probably just need to look at those also. And during the presentations that were made to the supervisors, I also stated that, you know, we not only should look at this department, but all the other departments, because, you know, we want to make sure that, you know, our staff are comfortable, you know, knowing that, you know, their departments are also being included. And so I just want to say, and we appreciate all of them, you know, they're the ones that are rolling the ball for us, and we're just sitting here and, you know, making sure that the policies are being followed and things like that when things come to the board. So I just want to say thank you for the presentation, and I'm in it. And I just want to say that, you know, it's hard, you know, to when there's not enough money going around. And so I just want to say that, and I'll be on the line standing up here for a while again. Hope I don't get turned another way and the phone goes off again.
Thank you. And thank you, Lindsay, for getting her back with us. So appreciate your comments. And just in closing, I think that my colleagues have said it very well. You know, this is certainly of a major health and safety concern for our community. It is something that we do need to expedite and follow through on. The recommendation, of course, from the county manager and the staff is that we proceed and approve the 2022 law enforcement step pay plan. And I also hear very strongly the county manager's commitment as well as Erica Philpott's commitment that this is only the first, that there will be a full compensation plan being brought forward for the rest of our county staff. We know everybody's been working hard. We know everybody's been doing 2 and 3 roles. We know everybody has been deeply affected from COVID, have been deeply affected with the additional duties and responsibilities that they've had to assume because of, quite frankly, vacancies all across the county. It's not just in the sheriff's department. We hear about it, county attorneys, we hear about it in public works. It's really been across the county. You know, some of this we may be able to solve through a compensation plan, and we still may struggle. But we're trying to do what we can to make ourselves as competitive as we can so that we can recruit and retain the very best here in Coconino County. We certainly have the best. We want to continue to have the best here in Coconino County. And so with that, I would like to entertain a motion from the Jail District Board of Directors for the approval of the 2022 Law Enforcement Step Pay Plan. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll make the motion that we approve the 2022 Law Enforcement Step Pay Plan as presented to us today.
Thank you, Director Ryan. Is there a second? Second by Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez. All those in favor of approving the Law Enforcement Step Pay Plan, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? It passed unanimously. And yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, and just clarification, as you had noted, it's under the jail district. So
That's
in
correct.
this case, we're looking at the possessions associated with the jail district.
That is correct. We are still the Jail District Board of Directors, and we'll be leaving this and being Board of Supervisors here in a moment. But yes, that's correct. Good clarification. All right, with that, members of the board, let us move on then and resolve as the Board of Supervisors so we can take a motion and a vote on our last item on our agenda. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
Supervisor Fowler, thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor, resolving as the Board of Supervisors, say aye.
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 Any nays? No nays. It is, we have approved. We are now sitting as the Board of Supervisors. This is now presentation, discussion, of possible action regarding approval of the 2022 Law Enforcement Step Pay Plan. I assume this is under our general fund. And so at this point, I'd like to turn this over to the county manager.
Madam Chair, the Board of Supervisors is asked to take an identical action that you just took as the Board of Directors of the Jail District to adopt the expedited pay plan for the Sheriff's Department.
Very good. Any questions from members of the board? Are we ready for a motion? And if so, can I get a motion, please?
Madam Chair, again, I'll move that we approve the 2022 Law Enforcement Step Pay Plan as presented by staff earlier. Similar numbers that we saw will cross over into general fund as they apply to regular law enforcement officers as outlined in the plan.
Thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All right. Any nays? It has, again, unanimously been passed by the Board of Supervisors. So thank you very much. Thank you, Sheriff Jim Driscoll, County Manager, Human Relations Director, Erica Philpott. I gave you Eric Civil Rights too, but anyway, Erica Philpott, thank you so much, and for the staff, and just assurances to our county employees. You are valued. You are our #1 resource, and there will be further discussions on a general pay plan coming forth in the future. And County Manager, is there anything else that we need to cover today?
No, Madam Chair, I think the Sheriff just wants to say one word and we're ready to go.
Actually, two words. Madam Chair, Board, thank you. We really appreciate this. We think it will make tremendous difference in our abilities. Thank you.
Well, Sheriff Driscoll, to you and your staff, we want to give a very hearty thank you, and to make sure that you and your staff know how appreciated you are here in Coconino County. Any other comments? With that, we are ready to adjourn, and it's been a long day. Thank you all, staff. Thank you all, colleagues, and thank you all, members of the public, for being with us here today. Thank you again.
Take care.
See you tomorrow for our redistricting hearing at 6 o'clock.
See you then. Bye all.
Take care.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night.
And good job. All right.
Take care, Matt.